I believe this crisis, this war, is located in the centuries of domination of the world by the European colonial countries and the later American hegemon. And it's that which is being put to the test in the conflict in Ukraine. It's not just about Ukraine. It's about whether those centuries of domination are coming to an end. And sing hallelujah, the tectonic plates have very clearly shifted, and that domination of the earth by the imperialist club, now known as NATO, is in front of our eyes coming to an end. A new multipolar world is being born. This is visible not just on the battlefield, not just on the inability of the colonialist club to prevail on the battlefield. If you think about it, Russia is actually fighting all these NATO powers. And there's now an acknowledgement, even in the New York Times, that they cannot prevail, but it's being demonstrated on the economic battlefield too, perhaps more significantly. Just a year ago, they were going to reduce the ruble to rubble. You remember that? And the ruble was the strongest performing currency of 2022. Just a year ago, Russia was going to implode. It was isolated. The world had isolated it. You see the arrogance of the language of this colonialist club. They're the world, you know, even though they actually represent only 13% of the entire population of the world. And there are many of us in that 13% who say no to NATO, no to colonialism, no to hegemonism. Many of us, many millions of us, even in this country where you would have thought we would be lagging. We could have sold out this hall 10 times. 10 times. We've already sold it out 3 times, which is why I better hurry up. We could have sold it out 10 times. Even though there's another less clear event taking place in London at the same time. But in countries like France, like Germany, like Slovakia, and many other places, there are even more millions of people, as all polling shows, as protests and demonstrations show, as the political crisis in Germany shows. Who'd put money on Schulz still being Chancellor of Germany at this time next year? Not many. When it's revealed, not only is he doing nothing about one of the greatest terrorist crimes of the century, perhaps the most significant terrorist crime of the century. Sure, thousands of people weren't murdered like they were in New York, but Europe and its economy has been murdered by that crime. Yes. Not only did he do nothing about it, Jacques Hughes, or whatever the German is, I say Schulz knew that that pipeline was going to be blown up, and I'm confident that that will be revealed by Seymour Hersh and other people that are on the track. My last word for now, because it's my lateness that's caused this delay. I've been looking into the Monroe Doctrine. Yeah. Call me perverse. I just wanted to see, because I've never known, I've spoken about the Monroe Doctrine in passing 1,000 times, but I never actually studied what it was about. This one is particularly for the New York Times. I'm not singling you out, you're very welcome here. Your boss, not so much, but you are fine. The Monroe Doctrine was the enunciation by the United States of America that it would not tolerate European interference in the Americas. Well, I say, we need a European Monroe Doctrine. We need to say, America, we love you. Americans, we love you. But we will not be your vassal states. We will not be pushed into war and potential nuclear war by you. And we will not allow you to destroy our economies. All of this is a prelude to inviting to speak one of the finest Americans, a good friend of mine and of ours, a man whose writings and whose speeches and whose activism has done so much to show the people of the world that just as Britain is not Rashid Sunak, neither is America Joe Biden. A great American who's come all the way from the United States to address us, Dan Kovalik. Welcome to London and welcome to No to NATO.
Gotta get
Audrey.
Thank you so much. I am very honored to be here, and I did fly here from the United States. I actually just say, you know, I teach international human rights at the University of Pittsburgh School of Law, and I would not miss this event for a few reasons. I mean, first and foremost is this poster, very correctly documents we are facing possible nuclear annihilation. What more important, you know, Nick Brana's coming down, issue could one stand up for at this time? In fact, I think there will be people many years from now who will judge themselves and others based on what positions they took at this time and whether they stood against their own governments in trying to prevent nuclear war. And I'm proud to stand with all of you. Of course, another reason I'm here is because of that man, George Galloway, who in 2003, and I still watch this video for inspiration time and again, when you eviscerated the Senate.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just as you told the Senate then, we could say to our own governments now, you are wrong and we are right.
Yeah.
And we have the truth and rightness on our side. By the way, I have this book for you, and I have a simple inscription for you, George. It says simply, to George, you are a true hero. Solidarity.
Thank you.
I think it's very fitting, by the way, I see some signs up there, and I appreciate them. Free Julian Assange, and I echo that sentiment. And I think it's very telling, and I think we should all meditate on this. How just as Julian Assange had to find asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy, we had to find asylum at the Venezuelan Cultural Center. And I want to thank the government of Venezuela for allowing us to be here. And despite the fact that our countries, the United States and Great Britain, try to tell the world how to be democratic and how to have free speech and free rights, we have to go to a Venezuelan building to hold this event. Because no one else would house us. Not even buildings, as I was told before here, that used to house heretics and protect them, and they will not house us, despite the fact that what we're saying is true. But of course, as Dostoevsky wrote many years ago, it's easier to forgive someone for being wrong than to forgive them for being right.
Very good.
And we are right. A lot of people will criticize us, and do, in fact, every single day, for being Russian apologists. And they will tell us, why aren't you criticizing Russia instead of criticizing your own government? And I go back to Noam Chomsky, and he has written several times about what he calls the responsibility of intellectuals. And in these writings, he cites the biblical prophets. And he points out that the biblical prophets, their job was to criticize their own governments, to criticize their own emperors and their own pharaohs. And of course, they were maligned and ridiculed and even killed for doing so. But that is our duty. That is the essence of morality. Not to look upon the sins of others, but to look at our own sins and our own nation's sins. But it's also a practical issue. We don't vote in Russia. We can't vote Putin in. We can't vote him out. We can only vote in our own countries, in Great Britain and for me in the United States. So we have some ability to hold our own governments accountable. So it only makes sense that that's where we focus our critiques. That's where we focus our protests, because it's the only place we could actually do some good. And that's why I'm here today. And of course, I echo George's view that it is time, as I see it, and I humbly say this to you, people of Great Britain, it is time that Europe reject United States domination. My country is leading Europe over the precipice. And you mentioned the Nord Stream 2 terrorist attack, and that's what it was. We all knew who did it even before Seymour Hersh told us. But now we know from Seymour Hersh that the United States did it with some help from others, including Norway, probably others, as you say, probably with the tacit agreement of many other countries. But when you talk about NATO, NATO's an alliance. What kind of an alliance allows one or two of its members to, as you say, destroy the economies of everyone else? What kind of alliance is this? What are we trying to protect? How is it that our own officials, our own fellow citizens aren't rioting in the streets over this? Exactly. And not just because it's destroying economies, which does mean destroying lives, by the way. Let's be very clear about that. But it was the greatest act of environmental terrorism in human history.
Yeah.
You have people all over the world protesting climate change and CO2 emissions. The Nord Stream sabotage released over 400,000 tons of methane into the sea and the atmosphere. Methane is 20 times more a contributor to global warming than CO2. And yet, where's the outrage? Where's Greta Thunberg now?
Greta?
When you need her?
Where's Greta?
This is the elephant in the living room.
Welcome, brother. Very welcome.
You know, we are now, as we all know, we know this from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists and others, we are now closer to the possibility of nuclear war than we've ever been. Even then, that includes the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah. And it's important to reflect on the Cuban Missile Crisis for a few reasons. First of all, many correctly note that what is happening now is the reverse Cuban Missile Crisis, right? The Cuban Missile Crisis was brought about by the Soviet Union bringing missiles into Cuba, and the United States saying, hey, we would go to war over that. You don't put missiles 90 miles off the coast of the United States. Well, that's exactly what Russia's saying. You don't put missiles and NATO troops on our border.
Whoa!
If the situation were reversed, the United States wouldn't put up with that for a second. And of course they didn't in 1962. But the other lesson to learn from that is, despite the danger to the world, you had two leaders in John F. Kennedy and Khrushchev who were willing to negotiate their way out of that. In 13 days, by the way. And as we know, something was given and something was taken by both parties in that deal. The Soviet Union agreed to take their missiles out of Cuba, and the U.S. agreed quietly, because they always have to save face, to take missiles out of Turkey 6 months later. All of the conflict that we're seeing right now in Ukraine could have been avoided with such a deal. If NATO and the U.S., because let's face it, the U.S. is NATO, runs NATO, had simply said, hey, Ukraine won't be part of NATO. Oh, and also, Ukraine will stop bombing its own people in the Donbass, which I visited, by the way, in November. We would not be here today. But we are here today because the U.S. and NATO eschewed negotiations. They continue to do so. We know that Boris Johnson, your Prime Minister, went on a trip to Kiev last April, I believe it was, to tell Zelensky not to sign a deal that apparently there was an outline of. The U.S. and Great Britain want this war. They wanted this war, they want this war, and they want more war. Now we're threatening China.
Yeah.
And you talked about the Monroe Doctrine, where the U.S. said, we don't want Europe to interfere in Latin America. Well, we've extended that. The Carter Doctrine, Jimmy Carter Doctrine, extended it to the Persian Gulf. Said, we don't want anyone interfering in the Persian Gulf, not even the Persians. And now the U.S. has the goal to say we don't want anyone interfering in the South China Sea, not even China. What kind of world is that? How can anyone accept this? This is insanity. And yet no one wants to hear the truth. No one wants to call what is insane, insane. We have to pretend that this is rational, that this is decency, when it is the most indecent thing I've ever seen in my life. And I just want to conclude by saying I did go to Russia. I spent 30 days in Russia in November, including in the Donbass. I went to Donetsk. And again, I think it's very important to reiterate what George said, and which I think everyone in this room knows, that this war did not start last year. It started in 2014 when the government in Kiev, backed to the hilt by the United States and Great Britain, began attacking its own people in the Donbass, in Donetsk, in Luhansk. And we know from the UN High Commission on Human Rights that 14,000 people died in that conflict before Russia intervened in February. And the fact that those people, those 14,000 people, have been erased from the news and from the discourse on that is shocking.
Yeah.
We are living in Orwellian times where we are supposed to just forget about all that. We are supposed to pretend that there aren't Nazis in Ukraine. You know, when I was in Donetsk, they told me that up till 1961, Donetsk was known as Stalino. Did you know that? But during the Khrushchev de-Stalinization, it changed its name back to Donetsk. But the importance of that is they have a saying in Donetsk, first Stalingrad, now Stalino. And of course, what that references is that just as fascism was buried in Stalingrad in 1943, it will be buried again in Stalino, in Donetsk. And I am proud to be part of that struggle. I am proud to stand for peace. I am proud to stand for sovereignty of nations, including sovereignty of the UK. In fact, the only invasion I've ever supported in my life was the British invasion of the 1960s, and I stand by that, the Beatles and the Stones. And I stand for fighting fascism. I'm proud to stand for that. And I know you are too. Thank you for having this American come and chat. Thank you.
I didn't know you could speak like that, man. Absolutely brilliant.
Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I grab this for you?
What an absolutely outstanding speech from an outstanding American, Dan Kovalik. Thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. The next speaker is an equally formidable person. I've known her for very many years. I always think she looks far too young and glamorous to be called a pensioners leader, but that's how she styles herself these days. But she has been a feminist, a socialist, an activist for more decades than she'll want me to mention. Please welcome, from the great city of Liverpool, from which the Beatles' invasion was launched, Audrey White. Before Peter.
Thanks for that introduction, George. I think, you know, for those who don't know me, that I was a founding member of Merseyside. It's important to know that I was a founding member of Merseyside Stop the War Coalition, and that I led an industrial dispute in the 80s that you know was turned into a movie. Glenda Jackson played me, and I fought for women in against sexual harassment, and that the dispute that I led led to changes in the law that protect women in the workplace to this day. I was also targeted by the Labour Party through the pages of the Jewish Chronicle. You know, the usual thing, which attacks people in our movement. And I reported them to IPSO, and the Jewish Chronicle was forced into print in the longest adjudication any newspaper has ever had to publish for the lies that they told about me. And I also took a libel case against them and settled in my favour.
Bravo.
I'm also proud to say I'm the Secretary of the Merseyside Pensioners Association. More importantly, above all this, I'm just one of the thousands and thousands of activists across the country who fought against the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, who will be fighting against this war in the Ukraine as well. And when the blinds are taken off, we'll be fighting against NATO as well. Liverpool knows the horrors of war. You know, we were the second most bombed city after the Second World War. I grew up, people my age grew up playing in bomb sites, and we only started to rebuild our city in 2008 when we won Capital of Culture. And we started to rebuild ourselves then. That's why we were an absolutely tremendously powerful anti-war movement in Merseyside. We were really proud to send 30 coaches, and I think we're the only city that hired a train when we didn't have a penny in the bank, and we had to pay £14,000 to sign a cheque for £14,000, and we didn't even have a penny to our names. We actually humiliated Condoleezza Rice when she came to our city.
Not quite the point she thinks.
So the headlines in the paper after that demonstration, when Jack Straw had the gall to bring Condoleezza Rice, who was responsible for Guantanamo Bay and Abu Ghraib, we actually had the headlines in the paper the next day that Liverpool gave Condoleezza Rice the biggest unwelcome since Mosley and his black shirt in the 1930s. Blair Brown and all those people, the Jack Straws of the world, who actually we think we helped to get him the sack from that visit with Condoleezza Rice, they actually tried to manufacture consent, but they failed miserably. That was why there was 2 million of us on the streets. They actually learned these lessons. They learned the lessons that they can't allow debate. They have to stop debate. And the neocons then, as soon as Corbyn was elected, turned round and set to work. And what they did was to conduct the biggest ever witch hunt anybody has ever seen in any political party in this country. What they did was actually turn down the discussion. They actually gagged and witch hunted and expelled in the most vicious way anybody has ever seen. The neocons learned their lessons, and our movement has paid the price. And we do know about what happened nationally. Let me tell you what happened in Liverpool. Not only were our councillors, that they make sure that our councillors were compliant with the neoliberal agenda. What they did, when we turned round, we were about to anoint a new mayor in Liverpool. What happened? Starmer steps in. The new mayor was going to be a black woman, Anna Rothery, supported by Jeremy Corbyn and most of us on the left. Starmer steps in, and what does he do? Discounts the 3 candidates so as he can exclude her because she was going to win, and virtually anoints Joanne Anderson, a black woman. What do we know about her? We know that she's a member of the British American Project. What's the British American Project? As John Pilger describes it, it's a CIA front, and it's like a Freemason, a loose organisation of Freemasons. It is absolutely designed for politicians and journalists to suppress anybody on the left. And that's who we ended up as the mayor of our city. We have no democracy in our city at all. And this is what's ahead for all of us, right throughout the movement. They are trying to gag us, and authoritarianism is the order of the day. Why is that relevant to war? Why is that relevant to war? What mayor we have in Liverpool? Well, of course, you read in the newspapers last year the absolutely outrageous act of holding an arms fair in a building owned by the people of Liverpool was the event that we had to demonstrate against and call to arms all of the people within the anti-war movement, because the mayor and all of the councillors were so compliant, they wrung their hands with crocodile tears and said, "Oh, it's very sad, it's not really what we want, but we can't do anything about it," which is an absolute lie, an absolute lie. We notified public interest lawyers, and they gave us the advice that it was in their own power to stop that arms fair, and we had the disgraceful situation whereby Liverpool hosted an arms fair in our anti-war city. Terrible. And of course, what are the consequences of war when you get into our communities? Of course, you saw what happened last week, where there was an outrageous situation where fascists, some of them were bussed in, some of them were just organised within our city, and some of them were just local people dragged into it, where they were actually attacking and trying to burn down a hotel in Liverpool that was housing refugees. And this is what happens when you're pro-war. This is what happens when you build up resentment against people seeking shelter from war. And at the end of the day, we as a city, we stood up proud, and we very quickly organised a meeting. We very quickly organised a massive demonstration to fight, to oppose this attack on refugees, because our city stands proud and we welcome refugees just as most decent human beings around the country do. And that's another consequence of war. Let's face it, the people who bang the drums for war are the very same people who campaign for austerity, who deprive our areas of funding so they don't have a future, so that our youths don't have a life, so that there's no housing, so that people are absolutely prone to the poison and the drip, drip, drip of the mainstream media and the right-wing press. Our councillors, Labour, the Tories, and of course the fascists who are waiting in the corners to absolutely take advantage of that situation. And that's the fight we've got right across the country, not just in Liverpool, every corner of our country, because of wars. And who is the man presiding over this authoritarianism, over this stifling and gagging of anyone who dares to put forward a nuanced debate on what this war, or any war, is about? Starmer. And I'm really proud that me and the Merseyside pensioners caught Starmer scurrying round in a little cafe. If you haven't seen it, 3 million other people have seen it. But what I did, it went viral. When I challenged him, I think, I have to say, I was really pleased that I challenged him on his pledges, which he betrayed. He ended up stealing the leadership of the Labour Party on, the way he came to our city, a city that bans the Sun newspaper, and yet he reports all the time. I challenged him on the witch hunt which is silencing everybody, from councillors to MPs, even to the socialist group of MPs who cowardly withdrew their name from the anti-war letter that was drawn up by the Stop the War organisation. But I'd say I do have one regret, and the regret is the point being, he's got no different, Starmer has no different policies than the Tories. But the one thing that I didn't get to say to him, because I was manhandled by one of his minders, was when it comes to war, which is a fundamental issue as war, there's no difference between the Tories and the current Labour Party, absolutely none whatsoever. So I really regret that I never got to say that, because it's in my DNA. I started my activity through being on the anti-Vietnamese, the Vietnam War, against the Vietnam War, all those years ago. Now, all I'd say is, we are now living in a one-party state. Absolutely. We're living in much scarier and authoritarian times than when we was trying to stop the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. But I'd say to everyone here, the anti-war movement has the power to shine a light towards peace. It always had. And this is why this event is so important, and I hope there's more of them. I'm proud to be here today. I think we've got a job of work to do to break down the lies and the misinformation, and I've never, ever, ever seen the scale of propaganda where you... When the war first broke out, you went to Marks and Spencer's to buy a loaf of bread, and he said to you, do you want to give £1 to Ukraine? And I said, actually, I want to give £1 to Palestine. How do I go about doing it? Don't get me wrong. The people in Ukraine are being murdered. They're being sacrificed on the altar of NATO and America and Europe and all the gangsters that are driving this war. We support the working class. We support the working class of Russia, of Ukraine, of Palestine, of Europe, of Britain, and of America, who basically are anti-war. Everybody's instinct is to be anti-war, except for these neocons and the rulers of the world. I'm going to finish on this. My message to Starmer is that the anti-war movement will not be silenced. We won't be browbeaten. We won't be intimidated by their bully boy tactics, all their stitch-ups. We're here to say, and I say no to war everywhere, and no to NATO, and let's fight for peace.
Bravo! Whoa. Absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Wow. Thank you, Audrey. John Lennon would have been proud of that address. I'm absolutely sure of that. Paul, maybe not so much. Well, I must say, the bottom was reached when Rod Stewart made a sterling plea for the war in Ukraine just yesterday. John Lennon, we miss you. Audrey White, we're lucky that we still have, and long may she continue.
Absolutely.
Another great American, yet another great American, has joined us hot foot during the course of the meeting. He was the principal organizer with other forces, and here I should make the point that while this No to NATO, No to War event, and I hope ongoing organization, arose as an initiative from myself and Chris Williamson, the Workers' Party of Britain and the Socialist Labour Party, who are proud to work together and march together. This is in no way, our event and our organization is in no way restricted. There's no blood tests. You don't have to be a supporter of our parties. You don't have to be left, whatever that means nowadays. You can be left, you can be centre, you can be right. All that is required is that you're against NATO and you're against NATO wars. Our next speaker personified that in the United States and received the entirely predictable, vitriolic brickbats of the sectarians who imagine that on an issue which could literally be about, in the worst case, whether or not there is a planet to argue over, whether or not there are human beings to try to persuade and lead, we and he took the view that the broadest possible mass movement of the kind that we built against the Iraq war needs to be built again over this issue. He's the leader of what is surely the hope of the people of the United States, though that's their business. The People's Party of America. He's the leader of Rage Against the War Machine in Washington, D.C. He is Nick Brana, and he's here with us today. Nick, welcome.
Thank you.
Right here. Thank you all for welcoming me, the People's Party, and Rage Against the War Machine, your collaborators from across the pond. It's a great honor to be with you and to be here. I booked the ticket to come here just a couple days ago because after Rage Against the War Machine, I thought, I cannot miss this. I can't miss what is happening in London, what is going to happen a week after our rally. So I wanted to come and share what happened in the United States and its significance. A week ago, we brought 3,000 people out to the Lincoln Memorial, an iconic location where Dr. Martin Luther King and others have given their speeches against war and poverty, and they joined us there to rage against the war machine. And very much like George said, we did it by removing all the other litmus tests and by saying that you don't have to meet any other kind of ideological criteria, you don't have to meet some mold. All you have to do is oppose the horror of this war and the injustice of NATO and come and join us and rage against the war machine. I imagine that the people of America share something distinct that I've heard talked about today with the people of the United Kingdom, and that is that we're tired of our hard-earned money going to these wars. $100 billion in the United States has been spent on top of an $850 billion annual military budget that grows every year while programs to reduce poverty crash, while programs for food stamps crash, while homelessness explodes, and people are getting tired of it. Because it's $1 billion here, $2 billion there, tanks over here, Patriot weapon systems over there, one after the other in the news, while everybody sees that their own lives are becoming worse and worse, while all of our funds are being shipped over to Ukraine for these wars and risking a nuclear war that would annihilate all of us. Now, I think it's well recognized in this room that you live in a one-party state based on the reaction earlier. In the United States, we similarly live in a one-party state. But we've had such a profound transformation in our left party, the Democrat Party, that I used to work for. I worked for several politicians in the Democrat Party, last of which was Bernie Sanders, whose betrayal was the worst of all at this point. He is behind the war. Never did I think that after working for Bernie Sanders on his revolutionary 2016 campaign, he would condemn me as an agent, a paid agent of Russia, when I confronted him on his support of the war. Yet he embodies what the Democratic Party has become and what the two-party war machine has become. And in fact, the Democratic Party is now worse than the Republican Party because there is a bill that was put forward by Matt Gaetz, a Republican, and signed on by 14 Republicans to oppose war funding. Where are the Democrats? Nowhere. Zero Democrats. In fact, some of the progressive Democrats that are supposed to be the ones that stand for us, there's a caucus in the House of Representatives of 100 progressive Democrats. They meekly put forward a letter to Biden that said, let's negotiate, let's pursue peace, let's negotiate peace. At the same time that we're giving the billions of dollars and the weapons, they couldn't even bring themselves to call an end to that. And yet that was too much, because within 24 hours, when they faced the slightest pushback from the media, they withdrew the letter tails between their legs. And since then, that was in October, since then not a single Democrat has spoken out against the war. Only a handful of Republicans.
It is a shame.
It is a shame. It is a shame. So, it's a great honor to join you in opposing this war. And I very much hope that an international coalition to abolish NATO comes out of this, of which...
Woo!
And I come representing the comrades in the United States that spanned from left to right, to libertarians, to socialists, to communists, to leftists, to people in the center, all across the political spectrum. And I come to say that Rage Against the War Machine, the People's Party, the Libertarian Party, we will be a part of that with you.
Woo!
The United States will be a part of that with you.
Woo!
Last thing I want to share is the media was quick to try to write off our protest, which was the largest protest since the Iraq War. The largest anti-war protest since the Iraq War. 3,000 people. Our march stretched several blocks across the reflecting pool, 17th Street, all the way up to the White House when we marched from the Lincoln Memorial to the White House.
We saw on our team.
Oh, good.
Arrest that woman.
And the media is especially MSNBC, which is again supposed to be our left-wing media. It was the fastest and the most emphatic to ridicule the rally. Rachel Maddow covered it and decried it as a small, insignificant rally of a bunch of kooks. And it struck me, you know, it was so insignificant that you covered it 3 times on your network. It was so insignificant that it was covered on Fox News on primetime by Tucker Carlson. It was so insignificant that it was covered by almost 200 local news stations across the country. It was so insignificant that everybody who gathered there that day said, we have to come back with twice as many people next time.
Woo!
So, what's happening today, what's happening in other countries in Europe, as you all know, in other countries, other cities, Berlin, Bonn, Paris, this weekend, is a collective revolt against NATO and against the war and against the prospect of nuclear war and against our money being wasted on endless wars. A collective revolt that is taking shape against NATO, within NATO. And I think that we are going to win. We are going to abolish NATO. We're going to end this war. We're going to we're going to abolish nuclear weapons. And we're going to return those funds to where they should be, and that is to the people of our countries, to feed, clothe, house people, to end poverty, to end homelessness. That's where the funds should go. That's what we need.
Woo.
Thank you all.
Fantastic, Nick. Unbelievable. Brilliant. Brilliant. Nick, a very great Irishman by the name of Oscar Wilde said we were two peoples divided by a common language. But we speak the same language. No to NATO, no to war. That's our language. That's what unites us. And here I want to make this point. There will be people who are pacifists in this room. I myself am not. But you can be a pacifist, that's not sufficient. Because as long as NATO exists, and as long as we are members, in your case, the leaders of NATO, the permanent, perpetual danger of war will exist. It is a war alliance, ever expanding, way beyond the North Atlantic and now in the South China Sea. If we don't tackle this question, and I criticize other anti-war organizations for avoiding this point, the main problem is at home. Our main problem is at home, in our own country, in its war alliance with NATO and the United States. I hope to get a chance to say more about that later. Our next speaker is the distinguished former British Ambassador, His Excellency, the Honourable Peter Ford. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Like Audrey, I am also from Liverpool, or as it's also about to be called, with Eurovision coming, Kiev on Mersey. A great city come down dreadfully, and not just at the hands of Real Madrid. This is a self-inflicted calamity to submit to the whims of NATO vision, because that's what Eurovision has become. It's just a propaganda exercise, as it was last year. I want to broaden the lens a bit here and talk not just about Ukraine, but about NATO's activities elsewhere in the world. Technically, NATO's operations are confined to what they call in-area, but we're not going to be pedantic here. We're going to call things by their real names, and NATO is just American exceptionalism, American imperialism at work through a particular military structure. So I'm going to talk mainly about the Middle East, but from the perspective of British interests. I'm going to be transactional about this. You remember how Trump was transactional about US interests. What works for America? America first. Well, I think it's a legitimate approach to foreign affairs and would get us into far fewer wars if we applied it. And indeed, Trump himself, by putting America first, actually wanted to downgrade America's involvement with NATO and wanted, for example, to withdraw from Syria. But he was undermined from within by the deep state. Anyway, we're going to look for a moment at where British interests have been served or not served by our appurtenance and participation in NATO. Think about it, all the conflicts that this country has gotten involved in, been dragged into since the end of the last Cold War. In none of them, in fact, did we have any direct interest. The war, so-called war on terrorism, when 9/11 happened, it was America that was targeted, not Britain. America that brought 9/11 onto itself by its policies in the Middle East, pursuing its imperial aims and its support for Israel. There was no need for Britain to get involved, but blindly, unreflectingly, we let ourselves sign up to fight America's wars in the Middle East. And we went into Afghanistan. We got stuck there for 2 decades. It cost many lives and much treasure. And in the process, we put ourselves in the crosshairs of America's jihadi enemies. Would Al-Qaeda have staged terror attacks in Britain if we'd not gone into Afghanistan? I doubt it. Other European countries, not members of NATO, were not attacked. Countries like Austria, Ireland, and Switzerland. So we brought Islamist terror onto ourselves in pursuit of the aims of America and NATO. And in the end, what good did it do going into Afghanistan? After 2 decades, we had to withdraw. The Taliban have gone back. They're now stronger than ever. And we've been landed with filling our hotels with Afghan refugees. We have been made fools of, or rather we've made ourselves utter fools. And it was the same with Iraq. We were never threatened by Iraq. No British interest was at stake or at risk. Why would Iraq have wanted to pick a quarrel with Britain? Iraq would only ever have wanted the purported chemical weapons in order to defend itself or to use on internal enemies. Anyway, it turned out they didn't have chemical weapons anyway, although we were persuaded by America that they did. But we went along with the US because that's our default option. That's what we always do, unthinkingly. We joined the coalition of the willing, or I would call it coalition of the willfully blind. And look what good the Iraq conflict did to Britain. Again, we were caught in a quagmire for years, a quagmire out of which emerged ISIS. And then we got dragged into conflict with ISIS. The thing with ISIS is the clue's in the name, the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, not Islamic State in America and Britain. They considered their enemies were first and foremost what they call the apostate infidel regimes of Iraq and Syria. But we got sucked into conflict on America's coattails with ISIS after we'd earlier got sucked into conflict with Al-Qaeda. There was no need for Britain to become involved. And funnily enough, America itself suffered barely any blowback from this terrorism, not on the homeland anyway, but in Europe, of course, we suffered greatly. Not just from terrorist attacks, but also in the form of massive migration. I'm not saying I'm against migration, that's another debate, and there are many positives from it, but it's unarguable, I think, that our societies have suffered massive challenges as a result of blowback from our NATO-inspired wars in the Middle East. All the conflicts from Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria pushed in our direction many thousands of people. And there's a kind of poetic or ironic justice to it, that we made war on their countries and they've retaliated with their own people. And it was all so unnecessary for us, Britain, to get involved. The foreign policy establishment in this country, if they were honest with themselves, would be making a hard analysis and seeing that their policy led in a way to the Brexit, when they were, to a man and a woman, Europhiles and Remainers. But the blowback from the NATO wars led quite directly to Brexit, and now to more potential trouble in this country. If only we had made peace our priority, many, or if not all, of these bad outcomes could have been avoided. Now, my background culture, of course, is the Foreign Office, and I can hear the Foreign Office person at the back of my brain saying, yes, but this is the price that we have to pay for being a great power, for our seat on the UN Security Council, and for being a trusted ally of the United States. And if we did not follow the United States, if we were not a leading member of NATO, we would lose our seat at the top table, we would lose influence. But what influence is this? The privilege of being dragged into conflicts, none of which serve British interests, but on the contrary, cause untold problems for us? That is no kind. The best way to serve any country's security interests is not to make enemies in the first place. And now we're being pushed perilously close into hot war with Russia. Again, I ask, what is the specific British interest at stake here? To hear the pro-war camp, to hear their arguments is an exercise in absurdity. Their reasoning appears to be, although this is rarely actually articulated, their reasoning appears to be that if the Ukrainian domino falls, then the wicked Putin will come marching across the North European plain, he'll gobble up Poland in no time, and then he'll be marching across northern Germany, through Belgium, and very soon he'll be at the gates of Calais. I mean, that is the level of their discourse, but it's not actually articulated. But that is what they appear to be saying. What else are they saying? They believe that Russia, which has struggled to deal with the conflict in the relatively puny Ukraine, could somehow become a mastodon rampaging across northern Europe, gobbling up countries and threatening this country. It's absolute lunacy. And only I'm searching and failing to find a polite word here, but only cretins only cretins like Tobias Ellwood, the warmongering, hysterical chair of the Common Defence Committee, could believe such nonsense. No British interest would suffer if Ukraine disappeared entirely off the map as an independent state. We have no major stake there. Anyway, Ukraine disappearing off the map is not going to happen anyway, not desired by Russia. All it would have taken to prevent the dreadful situation where we are all now is for a reasonable compromise at the very start, before hostilities began, that Ukraine would agree to a stato vis-à-vis NATO similar to that of Austria. How terrible that would have been. How dreadful. It would have granted genuine autonomy to the Donbass, and it would have accepted the results of the Crimea referendum. How much a better deal for Ukraine itself would that not have been than anything they're likely to get now? And British interests would not have been affected adversely one whit if NATO had encouraged Ukraine to settle for such terms. Instead, the warmonger Johnson was in the lead in persuading Ukraine not to settle. And by the way, that is obviously Johnson's game. Now he looks forward to the day when Sunak will be moved aside as an obvious loser in the 2024 general election. Johnson will step in as the Churchill de nos jours, as the warmonger, the war candidate. But Britain has ended up, as we all know, only too well now a victim of a galloping affliction, a toxic cocktail of jingoism, NATO-philia, and Russophobia. And as a result, we're hemorrhaging billions in terms of direct military assistance to Ukraine, hundreds of millions to house refugees, and because of sanctions on Russia, we've inflamed already surging inflation through high energy prices. So far from defending British interests, we've not just shot ourselves in the foot, we practically shot our legs off entirely. I conclude it's all down basically to our unswerving devotion to NATO. They say love is blind, it certainly is. Until we wake up from our trance, we're doomed to keep repeating this era of being dragged into ever more serious conflicts, with the really big one, China, just over the horizon. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Peter Ford. How I wish you were still in the Foreign Office and applying some of that wisdom, perspicacity. The purpose of a government, the purpose of a Foreign Office is to protect the interests and safety of British people and British interests, and you so comprehensively demonstrate how the precise opposite has been achieved by those in charge of our national affairs, not just now, but for a very long time indeed. How long ago it seemed when we were told things could only get better. How long ago it seems indeed. I said earlier that this initiative came from the next speaker and myself and our respective parties, but I must say, at the risk of embarrassing him, a thing or two about him. I was, I think, the first to say, certainly the most consistent to say, because even some of those who also said it soon stopped doing so. Chris Williamson is the Dreyfus of our age. He was subjected to a grotesque character assassination on an entirely 100% bogus pretext. Chris Williamson was a campaigning Labour Member of Parliament par excellence. You could not get a better one. I speak as a former Labour Member of Parliament myself. He was out on the road on a motorbike for much of it, going around the country, rallying people to the Labour leadership then of Jeremy Corbyn. A job one might have thought was part of the job description. One might have thought something that more of his colleagues might well have been doing, and we might not have ended in the way that we have. He was fitted up in the most ludicrous way. No one who actually watched his lips move and the video on screen could possibly agree to the construction that was placed upon his words. But worst of all, he won't like me saying this perhaps, but worst of all, when it was done, all of his friends began to abandon him. One by one, line by line, row by row, they disappeared. And I became quite personally affected by it. I had suffered some of the same myself, but I watched this man, entirely inoffensive man. I mean, I offend people, but Chris Williamson never offended anyone. He never did anything but good. And he ended up politically destroyed. But I believe he'll come back. I believe Chris Williamson will come back. Chris Williamson.
Well, blimey, what an introduction. Thank you very much indeed. And it's an amazing privilege, I've got to say, to be addressing you this morning alongside such an amazing array of wonderful speakers.
Chris, lift the mic.
Lift the mic. Right, sorry. I was just saying what a wonderful privilege it is to be addressing you this morning and to be sharing a platform with such an incredible array of fantastic speakers. And George said some nice things about me. Let me return the favour, because I was indeed abandoned by people who I thought were my comrades in the Socialist campaign group of Labour MPs, people who I admired, people who, maybe it's my working class background, you know, maybe I've got a bit of a chip on my shoulder, I don't know, but didn't feel I was worthy of. When I got elected to Parliament, I suffered from imposter syndrome, didn't feel I was worthy of gracing the green benches when there were people like titans of the magnitude of John McDonnell, I thought. God, how wrong could I be? But George Galloway is the personification of solidarity. George never left my side. And George unfairly gets a lot of brickbats. And George said that he would never leave my side. And let me say, I will never leave your side, George. You are an amazing principled leader. And I tell you what, if he'd have been the leader of the Labour Party, my God, we'd have been in power right now, transforming this country, wouldn't we? But listen, we've heard from two great Americans today, and that's a wonderful privilege. And there's another great American who wanted to join us today, but unfortunately wasn't able to make the flight in the way in which Nick was amazingly able to do from Washington. Amazing. I was on a Twitter space with him yesterday, and here he is today. How amazing is that? I want to thank you, Nick, because you again are an inspiration, and it's wonderful. And I know many of I know people like Sean Bloor, former coordinator of the resist movement before we joined forces with the Socialist Labour Party, was really privileged to be able to meet you. So thank you, and obviously Audrey and Peter Ford and everybody that we've heard from this morning. It is, as I say, an amazing privilege. But let me just say a word from Dennis Kucinich, who's a former congressman, and he just has given me a statement that he'd like me to read out to you today. So let me just do that before I get into my speech. He said this: "As you gather today in London, know there are many Americans who are cheering on your efforts to awaken the United Kingdom to the disaster which awaits everyone should NATO members continue to choose escalation over diplomacy in dealing with Russia. The war in Ukraine should have never happened. Western leaders have used the brave men and women of Ukraine as pawns in an international power play to isolate Russia and destroy its energy resources. The destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines under the orders of President Biden, as reported by Seymour Hersh, is a grim reminder of how the domestic security of the German people in winter was cynically sacrificed to the callous designs of global domination by ideologues. Let us stand together for the security of our nations and the world, for an end to the war in Ukraine, for an end to the danger of nuclear war, and for a new beginning, assuring human and ecological security under the banner of strength through peace." Thank you, Dennis. Now, people who know me know that I have a tendency to talk for too long. In fact, I was accused a little bit of that on that Twitter space yesterday, actually. But so I'm going to do a red speech today, so in order to try and stick to time and give an opportunity for audience participation and hear contributions from the floor. But look, I'm going to talk about the Labour Party today. I was a member of the Labour Party for 43 years, a member of Parliament for 7.5 years, had 2 terms as a member of Parliament. And in the early 1980s, when the peace movement was in the ascendancy, I genuinely thought that the Labour Party could be the catalyst to reverse the arms race. Tony Benn was in the ascendancy, and the long-time peace campaigner, Michael Foot, was elected as a Labour Party leader in November of 1980. But the decades that followed were a rude awakening. So I'm going to talk briefly today about the Labour Party's response to NATO from its inception in 1949 to the present day. But first, I want to say a word or two about someone who should be celebrated, but who most people have never heard of. I'm talking about Smedley Butler, who retired from the US military in 1931. He'd been a general in the US Marine Corps and was a loyal servant of US imperialism. He joined the Marines as an idealistic 16-year-old and spent much of his military career thinking he was engaged in a noble endeavour. But the light of experience changed him. He came to the awful realisation that his military career wasn't in the service of a noble cause after all. He recognised that he was simply serving the profit motive of big business. And after he retired, he didn't pull any punches about the real motive for war. He said he'd spent most of his life, and I quote, as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. And he added, in short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. In 1935, he also published a book entitled War is a Racket, which in my opinion should be taught in every school in the land. He said it's the only racket in which the profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives. Now that was 88 years ago, but rather than heed Butler's words, political leaders, including Labour Party leaders, have made the situation considerably worse. In the modern world, it's NATO that acts as a muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. And the Labour Party is one of NATO's biggest cheerleaders. Yet those of us who campaign for peace and oppose war are smeared and demonised by NATO's liberal lackeys and the corporate media, which does the war machine's bidding. But we cannot let the war machine and its toadying trolls and sycophantic media hacks prevail. These trolls pulled out all the stops to get this event cancelled today, including a campaign of intimidation against 2 of the previous venues who'd accepted our booking. Yet here we are, making a stand for peace and humanity. And we can only go from strength to strength, in my opinion, because people are increasingly coming to the realisation that what we're demanding is plain common sense. But all the political class on both sides of the Atlantic are enthralled to NATO. They're addicted to war. So they use public money to acquire more and more weapons. But it was Dwight D. Eisenhower, a US Republican president, who said in his valedictory address in 1961, January of that year, that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by what he described as the military-industrial complex. He said, every gun that's made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. What was true in 1961 is even more pertinent today, isn't it? The arms industry has never been more influential. So what about the Labour Party's record on the NATO military alliance? The party of prominent peace campaigners like Bertrand Russell, Fenner Brockway, Michael Foot, Tony Benn, and yes, Jeremy Corbyn. Well, NATO's seen as an article of faith by today's Labour Party. Sir Keir Starmer says, and I quote, "Labour's commitment to NATO is unshakable." And in an article for The Guardian in February last year, he even suggested that the creation of NATO was as important as the creation of the National Health Service. How ridiculous is that? David Lammy, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary, claims, and I quote, "As members of NATO, our security border isn't the cliffs of Dover, but the frontiers of our Eastern European allies, the border Ukraine." And as if that wasn't disturbing enough, Labour's Shadow Defence Secretary, John Healey, has been falling over himself to support the government's misuse of public money, to pump billions of pounds into prolonging NATO's proxy war in Ukraine. Healey's on record last month saying the government has Labour's fullest backing for military assistance to Ukraine. And he went on to say this, "As the first anniversary of Russia's invasion approaches, this will help to reassure Ukrainians that Britain will stand with them for as long as it takes and signal to Putin that things will get worse, not better, for Russia." Look, it's obvious, isn't it, from Lammy's and Healey's outbursts, that Labour's upper echelons are just warmongers, reckless warmongers. There's no talk about peace, just more war. I mean, even Winston Churchill said jaw is better than war. But these Blairite cutouts are not interested in jaw. They just relentlessly bang the drums of war. And they're not alone. Even John McDonnell, who I mentioned earlier, a stalwart of the so-called socialist, and I say so-called socialist, although they ain't socialists, the so-called socialist campaign group of Labour MPs is supporting more weapons for NATO's proxy war in Ukraine. And he bizarrely claims that giving weapons to Ukraine is, in his words, a pathway to peace. Can you believe it? And 5 other members, and trade union leaders as well, 5 other members of the so-called socialist campaign group, Ian Lavery, Clive Lewis, Rachel Maskell, Lloyd Russell Moyle, and Nadia Whittam, have all signed a statement demanding that all the UK's surplus military equipment, all of it, that's due to be replaced, should be gifted to Ukraine. They even specified the equipment they wanted to donate. It included all the surplus Challenger tanks, Typhoon fighter aircraft, armoured reconnaissance vehicles and infantry fighting vehicles. They They claimed this would, and I quote, help Ukraine win more quickly, with less suffering. I mean, honestly, these characters couldn't possibly be more delusional, could they? And let's remember, it was Clem Attlee in 1945, well, the 1945 to 51 Labour government, that helped to establish NATO in the first place in 1949. In fact, Attlee's government was a key architect of the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation. And in spite of the bellicose rhetoric about the USSR drawing an iron curtain across Europe, a phrase coined by Winston Churchill in 1946, NATO was created 6 years before the Warsaw Pact even came into existence. So Labour's been complicit in the NATO war machine from the very start. And so let me just take you through Labour's manifesto pledges from the mid-1950s onwards. Labour's 1955 manifesto boasted about taking the lead in building up the North Atlantic Alliance. 4 years later, Labour was proclaiming that it stood resolutely by NATO. By 1964, the party's manifesto was asserting that Labour took the lead in facing the harsh realities of the Cold War and in creating the NATO alliance. At the 1966 election, Labour stated that it firmly supports NATO. In 1970, it gave a firm commitment to NATO. But by February 1974, Labour's manifesto took a slightly different tone. In that election, the party was calling for the phasing out of NATO and the Warsaw Pact. And the same wording was included in the October 1974 manifesto, as well as the manifestos in 1979 and 1983 as well. But by 1987, Labour's defence policy was once again, and I quote, based squarely and firmly on Britain's membership of NATO. In 1992, Labour once again said it was committed to membership of NATO. And in 1997, the year Tony Blair came to power, Labour said Britain's security will continue to be based on NATO. However, in 2001, Labour seemed to forget about its servile commitment to NATO because the manifesto made no reference to it. Mind you, 2 years previously, the Blairite MP George Robertson, who George I'm sure will remember, was appointed as NATO's Secretary General, a position he held until 2003. But the 2005 manifesto made up for the previous omissions by referring to NATO as the cornerstone of Britain's defence policy. And in 2010, Labour spoke about NATO's going to tackle security challenges. And in 2015, Labour said it would strengthen Britain's long-standing membership of NATO. And significantly, in view of NATO's proxy war right now in Ukraine, that same manifesto also claimed that the crisis in Ukraine has demonstrated the importance of NATO. That crisis was, of course, the aftermath of the US and EU-backed coup in Ukraine, which had seen NATO's puppet regime in Kiev embarking on a military offensive against the people of East Ukraine, who overwhelmingly opposed the coup. Later that year, of course, Jeremy Corbyn was elected as the leader of the Labour Party in a one-member, one-vote election that he won by a landslide. And of course, this sent shockwaves through the establishment. Senior military figures were apoplectic about a peacenik becoming the leader of the official opposition and a potential Prime Minister. People might remember this in an interview with the Sunday Times. A serving Army General gave a stark warning to a potential future Corbyn-led government that wanted to shrink the armed forces, scrap Trident or pull out of NATO. He said, the army just wouldn't stand for it. And he threatened to use, and I quote, whatever means possible, fair or foul, to prevent that. You can't put a maverick in charge of a country's security. Now that was a threat to commit treason, a coup d'etat by the military. But the general suffered no consequences. In any event, he needn't have worried, because even the two manifestos under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership in 2017 and 2019 contained unambiguous commitments to NATO. So although Sir Keir Starmer's belligerent rhetoric is more overtly favourable towards NATO and the war machine today, the truth is he's simply restating what's been the Labour Party's official policy now for almost 74 years. Look, is started by lies, including the Second World War. So let me conclude with the words of Julian Assange, and I know many people here are holding up banners today in support of Julian Assange, and people will be familiar with these words, I'm sure. But he said, "When we understand that wars come about as a result of lies peddled to the British public and the American public and the public all over Europe and other countries, that the reality that's constructed around us is constructed by liars, it should lead us to an optimistic understanding that if wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth." And that must be... And that, comrades and friends, that must be our task when we leave this rally today. As John Lennon said, all we are saying is give peace a chance.
Yay!
Thank you.
Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much, Chris. John Lennon's getting a good hearing here today. Hope you'll take that back to Liverpool, Audrey. And how we wish our friend Julian Assange could be with us today. But if he could hear us, if he can hear us, now or later, let me say on behalf, I think, of all of us, that we never left your side. Even when people were, some of them quite surprising, demanding you be extradited to Sweden on fake charges, or that you must face justice. Even when people were saying that, we never left your side. You are a tribune of the people, Julian Assange. We miss you terribly, and your work will shine brightly forevermore. And I want to say to his wife and children, as I know that they will hear us, to please convey our solidarity greetings to Julian Assange. A big round of applause for Julian Assange. Now,
it's a simple question. Do you think the estate of George Orwell would have a case against the ruling elites for nicking 1984? It's meant to be a warning, not a manual.
it is, I'm not a fan myself of George Orwell, but the book has uncannily predicted the development of our society. Uncannily. We are always at war with East Asia, you'll remember, from the book. Well, we are about to plunge into, and this is a point in a way that hasn't been made so far, it's not just that we're fighting Russia, we are openly preparing for a war with China. We can't defeat Russia, and we want to fight Russia and China together. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. They really have taken over the asylum. Yes, the other gentleman with glasses. Yes, sir.
Hello, George. My name is Dean O'Brien. I'm a freelance correspondent, and I've been covering the conflict in Ukraine since it started. I've been travelling to Ukraine for over 14 years. Initially, I started in Ukraine. I witnessed the Maidan. Then I travelled to the other side, Donbass. Once you've gone there, I don't know if people are familiar, but you can never return to Ukraine again because they put you on what they call the ironic peacemaker hit list. So you're on a government website in Ukraine, They print all your personal details, that you're a traitor. But I went there and witnessed the devastation that the Ukrainian government have unleashed upon their own people. I'm not paid by anybody, I'm just a normal guy. I just went out there with my camera and I witnessed it myself. And more recently I visited Transnistria, I went to Serbia, Belgrade, where you may be familiar. If you want to talk about NATO bombings, you can go and see the television centre where they killed numerous journalists and reporters. So yeah, but I just want to thank you personally and the Workers' Party for sticking with the real people.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I spent a bit of time in Serbia myself and have been to the site of the NATO bombardment. I'm not inordinately proud of the stand I took against the war in Iraq. It didn't take Einstein to work out that was a very bad idea, but I am proud of the fact that I was, under the leadership of Tony Benn, one of those who pointed out that the dismemberment, the destruction of Yugoslavia and the bombing by Blair and Clinton by NATO of Belgrade was a precursor of invasions and disasters still to come, and that if we allowed it, and some fools went along with it, if we allowed it to pass unopposed, it would merely embolden the invaders of country after country after country. And I am proud of that, because we were few in number. Mr. Benn was our incredible, courageous, eloquent leader who saw instantly the clarity of that point. But we only had 12 of us in Parliament at that time opposing the war on Yugoslavia. And so it has turned out that, emboldened by the success of their enterprise in Yugoslavia, that they went on to invade and occupy country after country after country. This far, no further. We will not allow NATO and the war machine to go unchallenged any further. And so, I want to propose a resolution to you, which we'll do at the second session, about which I'll speak in a minute. This is the resolution we want you to pass. This gathering in London on 25 February 2023 resolves to establish in the UK and Ireland a No to NATO campaigning organisation to carry the fight against imperialist wars to the widest possible audience, to appoint an interim leadership, emphasize interim, of George Galloway, Chris Williamson and Andy Hudd, the Vice President of ASLEF, to direct the organisation's work until a wider leadership can be elected, to encourage throughout the world all efforts of similar organisations and to coordinate with them in global action. I move that resolution and ask for your support for it. Thank you. Can I say that is carried by acclamation? I'm very grateful to you. It's been a fantastic event. I think you'll all agree. It has entirely vindicated not just the decision to create such an initiative, but to stand up to the bullies who tried to threaten us and bomb us and all the rest. They haven't showed up. They're online goons sitting in their mothers' back bedrooms in their underpants, threatening this fine and noble group of men and women who have made this possible today. So I'm going to call, as it were, a recess, as we used to call it in Parliament, until 2 o'clock. If you're intending staying for the second session, then you can either stay in your seat or leave and come back. But if you're leaving now, and if I don't see you again, thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of this effort. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Excellent.
Sharing a platform with you again.
And you, it's been too long, mate.
NATO was founded in 1949 with the stated goal of being a defensive organisation dedicated to supposedly protecting Europe from Soviet invasion, and also intending to prevent the spread of communism. In this role, it joined forces with many repressive elements in post-war Europe, and even promoted a number of prominent Nazis to senior positions. But just as importantly, NATO was formed by the US in order to keep European states subservient to the interest of US imperialism. In other words, European states wouldn't be running off doing their own thing in the geopolitical arena. They'd be taking their orders from Uncle Sam. The Soviet Union was dissolved in '91. If NATO really had been a defensive organisation, it would also have been dissolved at that time. Instead, it was emboldened by the demise of the Soviet Union and soon began to expand eastwards, leading to many of our problems today. There was a great opportunity to bring a new Russia under the umbrella of a peaceful Europe, but NATO was not interested in peace, or ever has been. NATO is a war machine. It promotes war. It has a vested interest in war. It works for the interest of US imperialism and the military-industrial complex. If there was no money to be made from war, NATO would cease to exist. War is a money racket, and so is NATO. NATO say they are a defence alliance, but they want peace. Well, tell that to the millions in Afghanistan, Iraq and Libya who have suffered so much at the hands of NATO. NATO has nothing to gain from peace. The eastern expansion of NATO has totally destabilised the entire region, resulting in today's war in Ukraine. The EU pretends that today's war was unprovoked. This is nonsense. It was provoked. They know it was provoked. That's why they call it unprovoked. But that doesn't make it justified. It was an illegal invasion, and there's always an alternative to war. What happens now? Do we allow the political warmongers to continue to dictate the narrative, or do we take ownership of it? The vast majority of politicians and the mainstream media want the war to continue, no matter how many lives it costs. But the people of Europe want the war to stop. They want peace. It's time to protest. It's time to march for peace, march for an end to the NATO war machine, and march for an end to our warmongering politicians. The choice now is peace or barbarism. We want peace.
So here we are at the anniversary of the war in Ukraine, and the slaughter continues unabated. Tens of thousands of people dead, millions displaced, and destruction on a catastrophic scale. Yet the battle cry in the West is arm Ukraine more. It's not just about helping Ukraine defend itself, but about Ukraine must win. In April last year, there was a deal on the table which would have seen Russia withdraw to pre-February 2022 positions in return for Ukrainian neutrality and a guarantee that Ukraine would not join NATO. For that deal to work, the West would have to row in behind it and guarantee that it would respect it. Instead, Boris Johnson was sent to scupper the deal and urge Ukraine to keep fighting. Ukraine fought on, and a year later it is in a worse position than it was then. Many thousands of people who were alive then are now dead. Glory, they say, to Ukraine, but how many more months of glory can Ukraine take? NATO countries masquerade as friends to Ukraine, but they aren't doing this in Ukraine's interests, but in their own. Ukraine isn't being armed to win, but to achieve a stalemate with Russia. Neither side in this war can win outright. The strategy is to arm Ukraine just enough to keep it in the fight, ensuring massive profits for the arms industry. Of course, I condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine unequivocally. The Russian government must bear responsibility for this war, but it's not enough to just condemn Russia. If the peace movement in Europe and North America is serious about stopping war, then lining up with NATO just isn't going to cut it. Doing that would obscure the decades of militarization and confrontation that preceded Russia's invasion. NATO states are now using the war as a pretext to militarize further and faster, sparking a global arms race which threatens to lead us all into the abyss. In the last year, there's been a hurricane of pro-war propaganda whose main aim isn't to help Ukraine, but to prevent the peace that people so desperately need. There has been a conscious and concerted effort to reduce the complexity of this conflict down to two simplistic positions. Either you're with NATO or you're with Russia. It's time for that lie to go. Those peddling it have had everything their way for a year now, and the results are there for everyone to see. Ukraine in ruins, mounds of dead, a world on the brink. Of course people are angry at Putin for this war, but they're also furious at the recklessness and stupidity of our own leaders. We have no power over the decisions of the Russian government. The people who do, our friends in the Russian peace movement, are facing stark repression to oppose the barbarous illegal aggression of the Russian government, as we once opposed the Iraq war. Our duty of solidarity with them as internationalists and peace activists is to oppose it on our side. We must oppose the war makers on both sides of this conflict who thrive on confrontation and who feed on each other's hostility to push for more escalation. If we don't organise to restrain these forces on both sides of the global conflict, we may face a world war in our lifetime. It's time now for the peace movement to intervene and for the silent majority who want peace to be silent no more. We need to take to the streets to demand our leaders stop fueling conflict, stop ensuring that the war is kept going, and instead work for peace and a diplomatic solution as the only way forward. We're not going to stand for another year of this, not another day, not another minute. We demand peace on our continent now, and we won't settle for anything less.
Most of you will be aware of the slightly tortuous journey to Grafton Way via two cowardly venues that took our money, substantial money, and then ran away from the intimidators of NATO or NAFO or NAFO or NAF, whatever they are properly described. But this gathering and the one that preceded it is a demonstration of the fact that we will not be silenced by the war machine. We will not be intimidated. We are not afraid of you. We're afraid of war. We're afraid of nuclear war, and we're determined to stop it. That's why we have gathered here in such numbers today. This organization, this title, this logo was originally an idea of myself and my colleague Chris Williamson and our parties, the Workers' Party of Britain and the Socialist Labour Party. But I want to make something abundantly clear. Unlike other organizations, there are no ideological blood tests here. We welcome everybody, from left to right, through the centre, whether you opposed the last war or didn't, whether you have served your time in one or other of the political streams. None of that matters. We are determined to gather the largest and the broadest possible coalition in our own country and link up with other countries who say no to NATO, no to war. That's all. You know, if Tucker Carlson wants to showcase us, he's welcome. We don't care about his views on other matters. We are determined to stop what could be an existential war. A war which will lead to the extinction of life on this planet. And therefore, All other matters are secondary to that. There will be no world to argue about the political direction of. There will be no humans to try and persuade or to lead. And therefore, it's with great pleasure I say that this foundation of this organization, which was agreed in the previous session, though I will put the resolution again to you at the end of this one, has already been amply vindicated. On my way here this morning, our car was smashed by thieves who broke the rear screen and stole our things. Luckily, mainly, they got away with Indonesian food and my son's football gear. It's the least successful robbery in history. I'm not blaming NATO. Although thievery is a vital part of this story. I'm going to take for granted that you all know that this story did not begin a year ago. It didn't even begin in 2014 with the violent NATO-EU organized overthrow of the elected government and president of Ukraine. I know that you know all of that, or you wouldn't be here. I know that you know that actually NATO infiltration of and subjugation of Ukraine did not even begin in 2014. We know that because NATO have told us so. Stoltenberg, the tailor's dummy from Norway, who's never heard a shot fired in his life in anger, told us that NATO has been active in Ukraine for at least 6 years. Prior to 2014, never mind prior to the current war, 12 months old today. This is located in thievery. It is located in European thievery, far more grievous than any motor car robbers on the streets of Chiswick. The European colonial powers invaded and occupied and stole the wealth, even in the period of slavery, the people of the rest of the world. There has been no group of organized criminals ever in history like the European colonial powers. And this Orwell was quoted earlier in relation to 1984. Orwell's first novel, Burmese Days, in the form of the hero of the story, Jim Florey, he's asked by a girl whom he's chatting up, what's this imperialism you keep talking? What is imperialism? He said, well, I could give you a long answer or I can give you a short answer. Imperialism is going to other people's countries and stealing their things. And that is exactly what we have been doing. And why is that significant in this context? Because this is the moment where centuries of the colonialists' club, later joined and now ruled by the United States of America, this is the period when imperialism and its ability to roam around the world, invading other people's country and stealing their things, this is the day that it ends. This is the period that it ends. Not because of what's happening in Ukraine, but because of the volcanic, tectonic shift that it has provoked in the world. It has accelerated, perhaps by a decade, maybe 2 decades, the rise of a genuinely multipolar world, where the countries that were once colonies, I saw an African leader on television yesterday, I think he was the Ugandan leader, saying the colonists came and stole our things and our people, but we forgave them. But now the colonists demand that we accept their enemies as our enemies. Their enemies are their enemies, and our friends are our friends. And you can clear off if you think you can dictate to us with whom we have relations, whom we sanction, with whom we must be in a state of belligerence. And that point is sharpened to the most extreme in relation to China. The Pentagon issued a warning to China 3 days ago, before President Xi's peace proposals, when they didn't know what was in the peace proposals. There will be consequences for China should it decide to deepen its relations with Russia. Think of the arrogance, first of all, of that. We'll come to the stupidity. But think of the arrogance of one superpower threatening a second superpower with consequences were it to decide to have more friendly relations with a third party. The sense of exceptionalism you must feel to think you're entitled to do that, to think you're entitled to warn other countries who they can be friends with. But let's turn to the stupidity of it. You know, from Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger onwards, it was the policy of the United States to keep Russia and China as far apart as it was possible to keep them, and if possible, to keep them at each other's throats. In the last few years, the policy of the United States and NATO has made Russia and China virtually one country, certainly militarily and economically one country. And now they think China is going to obey orders from somebody called Antony Blinken. The days when China could be ordered around by foreigners is over. Ditto South Africa. South Africa was warned, why are you having joint naval exercises with the Russian and Chinese navies? As the leadership in South Africa pointed out, when you Western colonialist countries were supporting the apartheid dictatorship in South Africa, the only countries that stood with us were Russia and China. And you want us to consider them our enemies? I'm so old I was there. Every dinner that the African National Congress fighters ate in the bush came from Russia. Every uniform they had, every gun that they carried, every international initiative, campaign that they were able to mount to bring about the freedom of South Africa came from the then Soviet Union and from China. And now you want South Africa to be an enemy of Russia and China? Are you crazy? Yes. And South Africa has said no. India has said no. Iran has said no. Latin America, from north to south, has said no. Asia has said no. The Arab worlds, even the Saudis and the kings and the sheikhs in the desert have said no. The world is not against Russia and China. Don't imagine you speak for the world. The West, if you include it in it, countries that are very definitely not in the West. The last time I looked at the globe, Australia is not in the West. New Zealand is not in the West. But even if you allow them to call themselves the West, is 13% of the people of the world. 13% of the world's population lives in what could loosely be described as the West. And we are here to say, even in the West, there are millions and millions and millions of us who reject your domination and your wars and your clubs. Because, as a young woman pointed out, I don't know if she's in the second session, in the first session, from Iran, she said, when I was growing up, I thought that the colonialists had overthrown our government of Mossadegh in 1953 to grab our wealth, to make life better for you. And then I came here and I realized none of it is to make life better for you. These thieves are not stealing other people's things to give them to you. They're stealing other people's things to keep them for themselves, and that has got to end. And so it is with great pleasure that I welcome you here today. The first speaker is a good friend of mine that I first spotted as a young student. I spotted her skill, her intellect, her determination many years ago now, though she still looks as young as she did then. She was then a student. Now she is the coordinator of No Cold War, which is a part of this coalition that we are building here today. Please welcome Fiona Edwards.
Can you hear me? Just checking the mics are right. Thanks very much for that introduction, George. First of all, I really want to congratulate and thank the organisers of today's meeting with such determination to get this together despite all the intimidation and threats and the attempt to cancel this meeting twice. So just a round of applause for the organisers. It's absolutely vital that we are standing our ground and taking a stand today, because there really could hardly be a more important task for people like us who live within NATO countries to stand up and speak out against this aggressive military alliance which has caused such great human suffering, death and destruction in Afghanistan, in Libya and in Ukraine today. The Western governments and the Western mainstream media want to smear us, they want to ridicule us, and they ultimately want to silence us. They do not want an alternative opinion to their pro-NATO, pro-war narrative. But we really cannot allow ourselves to be coward. We have to raise our voices and say no to NATO, no to war, and yes to peace. Today, we meet in London today, the heart of British imperialism. And as we know, Britain has been a key partner of the United States in its brutal wars in the Middle East and North Africa, which have killed and displaced millions of people. So much for human rights. What utter hypocrisy that they say they support human rights. Today, Britain once again is following the lead of Washington, moving on from the devastating war on terror, so-called war on terror, to play a leading and hawkish role in the new Cold War, which explicitly aims to stop the peaceful rise of China and preserve US global domination. This new Cold War is destabilizing the entire world. And as George said, there's actually a majority across the world that are against this because it's increasing instability, it's increasing threats to peace, and it's making people a lot worse off. And it has already brought a devastating hot war to Europe in Ukraine. And we really have to be clear about the following. You're not going to read this in the mainstream media. The opposite is what you'll hear. But the greatest threat facing us today, the greatest threat to humanity, is the warmongers in Washington and their lackeys in Britain and other NATO countries. We are living through perilous times. The US is simultaneously escalating a proxy war in Ukraine against Russia, and at the same time increasing aggression against China with an enormous military buildup in the Pacific. And it's vital that we play our part in building an international movement against these massive threats to humanity. So just on the war in Ukraine, this is a tragedy. This has caused tremendous human suffering, and finding a political solution to end the conflict through negotiations is absolutely vital. If we're going to find a political solution, it's crucial to understand what caused this war. It's decades of NATO expansion, bringing an aggressive military alliance right up to Russia's border, that has caused this war. US interference, including a coup in 2014, which installed a pro-NATO regime in Ukraine, has caused this war. The 8-year civil war following the US coup, which saw NATO powers arm Kiev and Ukrainian fascists in order to carry out attacks on the Russian-speaking population in the east of Ukraine, has caused this war. And having caused this war, you're not allowed to say that in the media, that's banned. They've caused this war, and instead of pushing for negotiations and a political solution, which is what is urgently needed to achieve a lasting peace, the United States, Britain and Europe are escalating this proxy war. They are pouring billions of dollars, euros and pounds worth of weapons into Ukraine to prolong the war. And the explicit goal of US foreign policy makers is to use this proxy war to weaken Russia. So, in other words, the Ukrainian people are just cannon fodder to advance the geopolitical goals of the United States. So why does the US want to weaken Russia? So it has to be said that the United States does not want any country in the world to pursue an independent foreign policy. I don't need to go through the countless coups, wars, proxy wars and so on that the United States has launched to achieve regime change all across the world and to install US puppets that will subordinate their countries to Washington. But this, of course, also applies to Russia. But it's not just about that. This is about the US Cold War against China too. The Biden administration believes that if it succeeds in weakening Russia, a country that is very large and has serious military power, this will strengthen the US's ability to attack China in the future. So what we have at the moment is not only this escalating proxy war against Russia, but we've also got the Cold War against China, which is really heating up. I imagine most of you haven't been able to avoid this in recent weeks, but the Western media has been focused on hyping up the alleged threat posed by a solitary Chinese balloon that was blown off course into US airspace. There's been a furore about this over the balloon. It sparked a diplomatic crisis, and incredibly, the United States has deployed advanced, very expensive weapons to deal with this balloon. So I'm really sorry to say it, but this balloon crisis is quite simply hot air. Yay. Sorry, the jokes won't get better. They won't get better. But in all seriousness, this is a manufactured by the United States to whip up hostility to China within the United States and create an atmosphere of tension in the world. And Britain, of course, is joining in with this farce. We had our very own Prime Minister declaring it will do whatever it takes to keep the country safe from balloons so we can all sleep soundly. We've really got to understand that the US and its allies are attempting to prepare public opinion in the West for a possible hot war with China. I mean, how devastating would that be for humanity? And Washington, I mean, this is the news, balloons, 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 but what Washington's been doing in recent weeks is working with key allies in the Pacific region to escalate the military encirclement of China in preparation for a potential hot war in Asia. So instead of embarking on a policy of international cooperation to solve massive problems like climate change, the entire US political establishment is uniting around a very aggressive policy aimed at stopping the rise of China. So just wanted to take a moment, the extraordinary economic, social, technological rise of China, bringing over 800 million people out of poverty in 40 years. I mean, the Western media say, but at what cost? But at what cost have you brought hundreds of millions of people out of poverty? Anything that China does, there's a negative spin on it. This rise of China, this peaceful rise of China, is regarded by elites in Washington as an existential threat to their global hegemony, and they are prepared to do whatever it takes to stop China, and they are contemplating methods which could endanger every single person on this planet. Because the United States is losing economic competition to China, but where the United States is strong is on the military terrain, and that's where it wants to push its confrontation with China. So, just on the facts of this, the United States spends more on the military than the next 9 countries combined, has over 800 military bases across the world, and a very large stock of nuclear weapons. How many foreign military bases has China got? 1. The US has got 400 military bases surrounding China, and we're told that China's the threat. I mean, you just couldn't make this stuff up. I just want to mention the latest briefing of the No Cold War campaign, which is called Taiwan is a Red Line Issue. You can find that on our website, which is www.nocoldwar.org. And this addresses the question of, is the United States wanting to turn Taiwan into the Ukraine of East Asia? So, just to be clear, Taiwan is part of China. This is a reality that the international community overwhelmingly recognise, including the United States officially. And there should be no doubt that moves by the US to encourage Taiwan's independence would represent an attack on China's sovereignty, and the Chinese government has been totally clear that such an attack would be a red line which the United States shouldn't cross. Now, we know the United States likes to cross red lines, such as the expansion of NATO, which is just done against Russia. So the new House Speaker in the United States, Kevin McCarthy, is now planning a visit to Taiwan in order to deliberately provoke and whip up international tensions. I think we have to vigorously oppose this visit. The United States is also calling on other countries to join in with its military build-up against China. So Japan is remilitarizing, doubling its military budget in the next 5 years. Australia is bringing in US long-range bombers and spending billions on US-made weapons and advanced missile systems. The US is gaining access to another 4 military bases in the Philippines, and Britain obviously has to get itself in on the action with military pacts with both Japan and Australia. NATO's General Secretary, also getting in on the act, has visited South Korea and Japan recently with a clear agenda of whipping things up against China. So having already caused a major war in Ukraine in terms of NATO, there shouldn't be any doubt that NATO interference in Asia can only bring further threats to world peace and prosperity. I just want to finish up with talking about building a movement against the warmongers, and I think it was really important what George Galloway was saying about we shouldn't see ourselves as a minority. I think we are. I think because of the blanket propaganda, it can feel like we're very much in a minority in NATO countries, but internationally that is not the case, and we have to really remember that. And obviously the more the truth gets out, the more that we can build forward. But we've got to be clear that building a movement against these NATO warmongers is a crucial task, because the United States is on an incredibly aggressive path. I would say a war path against 2 nuclear-armed states. And this really does have the potential to escalate into further hot wars and, of course, a nuclear war. And the consequence of that would just be truly catastrophic for all of humanity. The costs of this war in Ukraine and the new Cold War against Russia and China are huge. Tens of thousands of people have already paid the ultimate price with their lives in Ukraine, and many more will lose their lives if this war continues to escalate. We need negotiations, we need a political solution to end this war, and we need a lasting peace, not war weapons and escalation. Hundreds of billions of dollars, euros and pounds are being spent on weapons for Ukraine and in the military build-up against China. These are enormous sums of money, absolutely enormous, and they're needed to fight the cost of living crisis, for wages, to tackle climate change, for health and education, and for economic development all over the world. And yet, NATO is pushing for more and more military spending at the expense of ordinary people in the United States, Britain and Europe. We've got Britain's Defence Secretary demanding another £11 billion for the military. This tiny island is already the 4th largest military spender in the world. What on earth would we need another £11 billion for? And apparently there is no money for public sector workers that are striking, for fair pay, or for properly funded public services. And the same thing is happening in France. A 40% increase in the military is what Macron's just announced, but there's savage attacks on pensions, savage austerity across the board. In Denmark, it's really explicit. They're cutting a public holiday and they're saying, we're doing this because we want to increase military spending. And then 50,000 people went out on the streets and said, no, you're not doing that. I mean, this is the ridiculous, grotesque situation that we're facing in Europe. There is always a magic money tree for war, but not for the people. And millions of people in Europe are protesting against austerity. But it's really vital that we make the connection between austerity and war. We've got to make that. So finally, I just want to say, we've got to be saying loud and clear, we want money for people's needs, not the war machine. No to NATO, no to war, yes to peace.
Bravo! Whoa. Wonderful, Fiona. Thank you very much for joining us in this campaign. No Cold War, no hot war. I was looking last night at the Monroe Doctrine, which everyone's heard of and we kind of know what it means, but I was looking to the context of it last night, and lo and behold, Monroe announced his doctrine to warn Europe from interfering in the affairs of the Americas, in particular Latin America. They were warning the European powers, don't dare come into our sphere of influence. And I got to thinking, we need a reverse Monroe Doctrine. We need a European Monroe Doctrine. We will not accept vassalage from the United States. We will not allow them to drive us into war after war and potentially nuclear catastrophe, and we will not allow them to destroy our economies, at least not without speaking out against it. And that's what we are doing here today and ongoing. No great movement can be built without the organizations of the working class in this country, in any country. And no trade union movement can exist without the train drivers. It's been my privilege, honor, to be associated with the ASLEF, the Associated Society of Locomotive Engineers and Firemen, to give them their old-fashioned name. And we have, as part of the leadership of the Workers' Party of Britain and of No to NATO, the Vice President of ASLEF, Andy Hudd. Please welcome Andy to the rostrum.
Well, brilliant, George. I think 10 out of 10 for the acronym. I don't think most of our members can get that one right, but so congratulations. I think you've all... No, first of all, obviously you may have noticed that the railway unions, including ASLEF, have been on a bit of a dispute, along with thousands, hundreds of thousands of other civil servants and workers across the country. And I've had the immense privilege actually to speaking to people like you. I speak to my members. I spoke at a marvellous event in Oxford the other week, and people are infused about the dispute. The class awareness is going up. Our membership are increased in their activation, and it is really a privilege to do my job right now. It's also a privilege to speak to you, of course, because you are the brave people. In a country that is so pro-Ukraine, so pro-war, anti-worker, you and people like you have come here today, and I want to salute you for that. And you're very brave. I've got a bit of a confession. I broke into a car in Chiswick last night. Didn't come away with much, but no, I've got a confession. I served in the Royal Navy. I joined the Royal Navy in 1990. I did so for a lot of reasons. I did so because I didn't have many GCSEs when I left. They told me I was looking out the window too much. They said, you'll never get a job like that. I'm a train driver now. so they got that one wrong. So I didn't have much of an education. I was from a poor background. My community was poor. It was an industrial area of Bristol called Avonmouth. And the job prospects back then was, well, you worked on the docks, you worked in the smelting works, or you worked in the chemical factory, and that was about your lot. So as a young man, I said, well, there's only one way I'm going to see the world. There's only one way I'm going to get out of this place. There's only one way I'm going to kind of find myself in the world, and so I joined the Royal Navy. So at 17, I know, it's only 3 years ago. At 17, I joined the Royal Navy, and you know, I wasn't unique in that. There were tens of people, hundreds of people like me, young men and women from working class backgrounds who have felt the need that they needed to get away from those communities to do something with their lives and earn a living. And I consider myself now, looking back, very much as an economic conscript. But, you know, another confession, George, and it's not about your car this time. Another confession is, you know, I served during the period of the wars in former Yugoslavia. I did get a medal for that. I don't know why. I was when I was in the middle of the Adriatic Sea, 60 miles away from any harm at all. I think the closest we got was the fat burning off the barbecues. But you know, we were there, and it was you know, when you look back on this and you look back at the situation in Ukraine, you can see obviously the similarities there, and you kind of understand the role of NATO in the world. But the propaganda we were given there was that, you know, we were on a peacekeeping mission, and well, I kind of, myself and other workers who were on board those ships felt that in a certain way. But I'm not naive. You know, I'm a socialist. Unfortunately, I'm not a pacifist just yet, because in this capitalist world, countries are going to need to protect themselves from the capitalist imperialism and exploitation that is about. And I also realise as a socialist, because I want to achieve a socialist world, because I think a socialist world is only where we achieve peace. You know, we're going to have to achieve, if we get socialism, I don't think the UK is going to be the first country, by the way, but if we get socialism in countries, the workers are going to have to defend that, and that's where we are. But ultimately, I would love for peace across the world. But until then, the labour and trade union movement should pursue an anti-war agenda. After all, and you've heard it plenty of times, but the phrase that caught me recently, you know, is the bayonet is a weapon with a worker at both ends, and it's the trade union movement's obligation to support a pro-peace position, an anti-war position, and end the bloodletting of the working class that is being carried out on the backs of the privileged. Unfortunately, though, the trade union movement, like its response to the current economic and industrial crisis, is unprepared both politically and industrially to deal with another bloody European war and possibly a nuclear war. But notwithstanding the current response of the trade unions to the conflict in Ukraine, you know, trade unions sadly can't look past their own self-interests. And I want to point to last year's Trade Union Congress, where unfortunately the trade unions there narrowly passed a motion to support and champion further arms spending and promote the arms industry. And that was championed by the GMB and adopted by Congress, unfortunately. But the idea that the TUC now has to go out and campaign for more weapon spending on the back of food banks in hospitals, on the back of austerity, on the back of COVID and the cost of living crisis, the one I've never seen in my life before, is absolutely ridiculous. So of course we are going to do that. We're going to, I don't think I'll be the first in the queue, but we are going to have to do that. We're going to have to campaign for it. But you know, I'll come on to why trade unions do that and that protectionist method in a minute. But let's look at the defence spending increases. The Tories have announced, I think around about that time, I'm not saying the TUC influenced that, by the way, but they did announce a 1% increase in defence spending by 2030. But that equates to £157 billion of taxpayers' money going into the war machine. And that's on top of, by the way, a £17 billion increase during COVID, which not many people know about. Now, we're in dispute. We've had no pay for 3 years, and I know you're not going to cry into your shirt sleeves about train drivers just yet, but there are other workers who are so poorly paid that they have to go to food banks, and obviously the nurses are a good cause there. But that £157 billion, I would argue, would go a long way to ending that industrial unrest. And if they gave the nurses a 10% pay rise, this would only cost, I know it's a big number, but only cost £23 billion. So I know where my money would rather go. There are far more pressing things in this country that we need to spend our money more on than killing people. But going back to the trade unions' arguments about this protectionism, you know, because you know you get trade unions like the GMB, and obviously they do a lot of good work, but this one, you know, where they organise in the weapons industry and the armaments industry, you know, they feel that they're protecting their members' jobs, and well, you go and believe that. But they argue that the defence sector is good for business, but it's actually the least productive. It's subsidised by the taxpayer already, and it doesn't actually employ many people. I mean, currently it's still a big number, 133,000 people. But compare that to 1.5 million people in the NHS, it actually means that the wealth produced primarily goes to the rich and not to the poor. Because you know those workers are skilled as well. You know they're engineers and technicians in the main, and so that money with the subsidies goes into the pockets of the rich. But there is an alternative. Now I had to do a bit of digging. I was alive at the time. But the Lucas plan, some of you might be familiar with it. And what that was the shop stewards at Lucas Aerospace who consulted with their members when they were faced with the loss of thousands of jobs. They devised a plan. And they said that they argued that the state support would be better used to developing socially useful products and production than supplying military contracts. The resulting plan had a development of over 150 designs for alternative products than weapons. And it included wind turbines, hybrid cars, heat pumps, and energy efficient houses. But of course, like any good plan and any sensible plan, it was met with considerable hostility. And the Lucas Aerospace Management, and one of the organisers was Mike Cooley, was effectively sacked from his job in 1981. But the point there is that we don't have to be protectionists as trade unions. If we have the gumption, the wherewithal, the courage to challenge the capitalist production system, you could actually deliver things that are good for society and save lives rather than killing them. So on Ukraine, the trade union movement is a bit confused. I think that's an assessment. I mean, I take that from my own trade union actually, which we're currently sitting on both fences, and I'm mildly comforted that we've signed up to the Stop the War Coalition statement, which I'm obviously in support with, and we attended the conference as well. But we also supported an item from Ukraine, supporting Ukraine trade unions and actually sending weapons to Ukraine. So we're on a bit of a contradiction, but I don't think that's an uncommon position. But of course, you know, we've got to contend with the influence of the Labour Party here. The affiliated trade unions have been kind of pushed, I think, by Starmer's threatened withdrawal of the whip from MPs who signed the Stop the War statement, and Starmer clearly has an authoritarian ban of any criticism of NATO. So I would see that that would be pushing the trade unions in a particular way. But all of the establishment, including the Labour Party, are steaming headlong into a nuclear war, and even castigating striking workers when obviously Nadim Zahawi said that striking nurses are helping Putin, which is disgusting. So even if it could find an anti-war voice within the trade union movement, they wouldn't be very vocal about it. And like I said, you've got to take some credit for yourself here. So it is right that the trade unions should assist financially with the supply of aid to fellow workers in struggle. During the Second World War, of course, the TUC and trade unions funded over 50 mobile canteens and cinema vans. This fed and entertained the military overseas and in isolated searchlight stations and anti-aircraft units in the UK. The canteens also fed people in towns and cities destroyed by bombing raids. I'm not, of course, saying that, you know, throughout the whole of history, trade unions have been this, you know, anti-war humanitarian organisations. They haven't, clearly. But I think they should be, especially with the situation in Ukraine. Advocating sending more weapons to Ukraine, especially considering the history of the region and the role of NATO, as well as taking into account the military might and wealth of Russia, will prolong the war and increase the death toll by workers on all sides. Trade unions then should be using their industrial and political power to call for a negotiated settlement that brings security to both Russia and Ukraine. And whilst we do that, we cannot keep our eye off the ball. We're trade unionists after all, and we're internationalists, and we should be defending workers' rights wherever we see them violated. So, you know, whilst it might angst the labour and trade union movement, trade unions should also be critical of the Ukrainian government, who recently adopted legislation allowing employers to infringe on workers' fundamental rights and deteriorating the protections and conditions of workers and trade unions. I mean, many of these changes are in breach of the Ukrainian constitution, as well as the International Labour Organization conventions and European directives. The international sections are calling for President Zelensky to veto and reverse these laws, but the TUC and unfortunately affiliated unions have been mostly silent on this issue. So where do trade unions go for the future? Well, of course, we've got to have an anti-war stance, because at the end of the day, the only people dying at the end of those guns, at the end of those bayonets, and the end of those tanks are working class people like me. When I was joining the military, they're normal people. We should call for unity of all workers against imperialism and war. Campaign, of course, for a socialist transformation of societies. I think that's the only way we deliver real, long-lasting peace. Call for diversification in the arms industry and a just transition of workers. And of course, like it's been mentioned before, build an international anti-war movement uniting all trade unionists in the call for an end to the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you very much, Andy Hudd of the Workers' Party of Britain and ASLEF. I made a confession at the Oxford Union last week that I'm not a pacifist either. And I invited the generals that did turn up. Most of the military brass ran away when they heard they were debating against me, that they could address me if they liked as Lance Bombardier, Royal Artillery, Battery 2, Army Cadet Force. We are, many of us, some of you may be pacifists, I myself am not, and would have fought Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, if he'd had the courage to turn up. But I'm not myself a pacifist, just like you. But we will not support imperialist wars for the sake of the thieves, the robbers, the colonialist club that have ruled the roost in this world for so long. Our next speaker is very special to me. I consider that he has been the victim of one of the most grotesque injustices in modern British politics, ever. And I speak as someone who bears scars. Literally, it's why I've got a hat on. I had scars. I lived through the excoriation of my father, my political father, Mr. Ben, the excoriation of Arthur Scargill, and others, Jeremy Corbyn included. So I know a witch hunt when I see one. But I have never seen, in more than 50 years in politics, a more unjust crucifixion, really, of a political figure than that of our next speaker. Chris Williamson was literally a model Labour MP. Unlike me, he wasn't even ever offensive to anybody. I mean, I offend people. Chris Williamson never offended anybody. All he did was go around the country, often on the back of a motorbike, driven by Tosh, campaigning for a Labour victory, campaigning for a Jeremy Corbyn Labour victory. And he was set up, he was fitted up in the most grotesque way. No one could genuinely say, having seen the words that Chris Williamson spoke, which helpfully were on camera, that he was in any way, any scintilla of a way, an anti-Semite. All he was, like many of us, was a wholehearted supporter of Palestinian rights. That's all he was. But worse than what his enemies did to him was the abandonment of his friends. One by one, row by row, they left him. I promised them at the time that I would never leave his side, and I'm proud that I'm still here beside him. Please welcome Chris Williamson.
Well, once again, let me return the compliment that George has paid me again in his introduction to this second session today. And George, as he said, when I was subject to that witch hunt, that he would never leave me. And let me, as I did earlier today, assure George once again that I will never leave George Galloway, because George Galloway is the personification of solidarity, a trait which I have to say does not exist in the so-called socialist campaign group of Labour MPs, who all walked by on the other side. Even though Jeremy, who I was Jeremy Corbyn's loudest supporter in the Parliamentary Labour Party, used to say we will never walk by on the other side, whilst walking by on the other side when it came to me and many, many other comrades who were Jeremy's Praetorian Guard, who were being systematically thrown under the bus precisely because they supported Jeremy Corbyn in his programme and his support for the Palestinian cause and the liberation of the Palestinian people. And we must never be shy and fearful about standing up for what's right. Now, I took the view as a member of Parliament, maybe I'm, I don't know, naive, stupid, I don't know, but I used to think being a politician, having a political platform, you have to use that political platform to stand up for what's right. But it seems a vast majority Nay, not the vast majority, every single one of the Parliamentary Labour Party are only interested in their career. And, you know, George said that I was inoffensive and never offended anybody, and yet, that didn't stop one Lynn Brown MP seeking a crowdfunder exercise to have me assassinated, because I was told by her that I was giving the Parliamentary Labour Party a collective nervous breakdown. Why was I giving them a collective nervous breakdown? Because I was demanding that they be accountable, that they support the policies that the overwhelming majority of the membership of the party support, but also the overwhelming majority of the British people as well, including opposition to war, including opposition to Trident, and I dare say it, including opposition to NATO as well. But aren't we in a kind of absurd, ludicrous, ridiculous position right now, where we're being told that we must support Volodymyr Zelensky as some sort of defender of democracy? It's absurd. Opposition political parties have been banned. The media that might be mildly critical of him have been closed down. They're even going after the Christian church, for God's sake, if I might use that phrase, in Ukraine. And, you know, the spectacle of so-called socialists in the Labour Party saying that they, you know, support democracy, that they stand for socialism, getting behind this ludicrous call to send more arms, which I'll come on to in a little bit more detail later, to Ukraine, when they're locking up socialists, for God's sake. They're locking up socialists in Ukraine. I mean, a woman, I think, was sent to prison for something like 10 years for posting communist symbols on social media. This is the guy that's supposed to be defending because he stands up for free speech. What an absolute absurdity. And so let me actually promote, if I may use this opportunity, the International Ukraine Anti-Fascist Solidarity Movement. And there is a demonstration in Whitehall opposite Downing Street on the 25th of March from 2 p.m. to 3:30 to free the political prisoners in Ukraine and end the reign of terror that is going on there. And we've seen, you know, plenty of that with you know, people deemed to be collaborators who may have taken some food parcels from Russian troops, or Roma people being tied to lampposts and having their trousers, their lower garments removed, and then being subject to abuse. I mean, what an absolute disgrace. And we are. I mean, this country is defending that, for crying out loud. What an absolute scandal that is. And don't we miss at a time like this, somebody like Julian Assange, who's languishing in Belmarsh prison. And we must always remember Julian. We must always stand up for Julian and speak out for Julian. Julian must get his freedom. We really miss him. And may I also use this opportunity to promote, if you haven't already read the book by Nils Melzer, The Trial of Julian Assange. It is a brilliant account of the persecution of somebody who is an international hero, in my opinion, and somebody that we must always defend and support. And finally, well, I say finally, it's not finally, it's finally before I get on to my red speech. I just want to say a word about the fact, I know George has mentioned it, but you know, the Chinese have come forward with a peace plan for Ukraine, which I've just noticed at the break before we started this second session, which has been dismissed out of hand by Zelensky because apparently China is betting on the aggressor. The aggressor. Well, actually, you know, as we know, the aggressor in reality is NATO. The aggressor in reality is Ukraine. We started a war in 2014 against East Ukraine because they had the temerity to oppose a US-backed, EU-backed coup to overthrow the democratic, whatever you thought about it, but it was a democratically elected government of Ukraine. How dare they? have the temerity to do that. And we also know, don't we, in Odessa, that people who opposed the coup regime were literally burned to death in the trade union building. People who were seeking to escape the inferno were either shot or beaten to death. And we're supposed to be supporting people like that? Never, never in my name, never in my name. But let me move on to the main point of what I was asked to speak about today, and that is about the Labour Party's association with NATO. And you know, I was a member of the Labour Party for 43 years, joined as hard to believe, isn't it, looking at my youthful appearance, I know, but anyway, yeah. I am actually, I've told everybody this, I'm suffering terribly with the sciatica at the moment, so I was going to bore you with that now. And so I'm not getting much sleep, so if I'm looking a bit sort of tired around the eyes, that's the reason why. It's not my vegan diet, comrades, I assure you of that. But look, I was a member of the Labour Party for 43 years, and you know, I always believed really that the Labour Party, you know, was a vehicle for progressive change, and I mean, many good things were brought about under Labour governments. Let's be honest about it. But much more could have been done, and I want to get into now the Labour Party's links to, its integral links to, in fact, NATO. And so because of my longevity in the Labour Party, a former Member of Parliament like George, a Labour MP, so not as long as George, but 7.5 years, I was, as we know, witch hunted out of the Labour Party. Maybe if I'd have kept my head down and quiet, I would still be a Labour MP, drawing a nice fat salary and building up a pension pot. But as I say, my opinion is, I was amazed, you know, I was literally, honestly, you made me call me naive, but I was amazed. I was the only one. Look, I'm just a bricklayer, ex-bricklayer. Hard to believe these hands used to lay bricks. They're very soft now. But I was the only one that was prepared to kind of speak out and use your platform to actually speak up for what's right. And so I was asked to talk about, as I say, the Labour's connection to NATO. And, you know, in the early 1980s, when the peace movement was in the ascendancy, I mean, I honestly, genuinely thought that the Labour Party could be a catalyst to reverse the arms race. I mean, God, how naive was I? I mean, Tony Benn was in the ascendancy. Those of you that are old enough to remember that. And, of course, the long-time peace campaigner, Michael Foot, was elected as the Labour Party leader in November 1980. I thought we're on the way here. But the decades that followed, of course, were a rude awakening for me and for many, many other people, I'm sure. So, as I say, I'm going to talk briefly today about the Labour Party's response to NATO from its inception in April 1949 to the present day. But first of all, I want to say a word or two about someone who should be celebrated, but who most people have probably never heard of. And I'm talking about somebody called Smedley Butler, who retired from the US military in 1931. He'd been a general in the US Marine Corps and was a loyal servant of US imperialism. He joined the Marines as an idealistic 16-year-old. And he spent much of his military career thinking he was engaged in a noble endeavour. But it was the light of experience that changed him. You'd like to think the light of experience would change some of these MPs' attitudes, but it doesn't seem to be working somehow. Smedley Butler came to the awful realisation that his military career wasn't in the service of a noble cause after all. He recognised that he was simply serving the profit motive of big business. After he retired, he didn't pull any punches either in his view about the real motives for war. He said that he spent most of his time, and I quote, as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street, and for the bankers. And he added, in short, I was a racketeer for capitalism. And in 1935, he also published a book entitled War is a Racket, which, in my opinion, should be taught in every school in the land. He said, I think it is worth a round of applause, that. I agree. He said it's the only racket in which profits are reckoned in dollars and losses in lives. That was 88 years ago. But rather than heed Butler's words, political leaders, including Labour Party leaders, have made the situation considerably worse. In the modern world, it's NATO, isn't it, that acts as the muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. And the Labour Party is one of NATO's biggest cheerleaders. Yet those of us who campaign for peace and oppose war are smeared and demonised by NATO's liberal lackeys and by the corporate media which does the war machine's bidding. But we cannot let the war machine and its toadying trolls and sycophantic media hacks prevail. As we know, those trolls pulled out all the stops to get this event cancelled today. That's why we're having to run this event in 3 tranches, including a campaign of intimidation against 2 of the previous venues who'd accepted our booking. Yet, here we are, making a stand for peace and humanity. And as we've heard, from the speakers, we can only go from strength to strength, because people are increasingly coming to the realisation that what we're demanding is plain common sense. But the political class on both sides of the Atlantic are enthralled to NATO. They're addicted to war, so they use public money to acquire more and more weapons. But it was Dwight D. Eisenhower, a Republican president in the US, who said in his valedictory address in January 1961 that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by what he described as the military-industrial complex. He said that every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. What was true in 1961 is even more pertinent today. The arms industry's never been more influential. So what about the Labour Party's record on the NATO military alliance? The party of prominent peace campaigners like Bertrand Russell, Fenner Brockway, Michael Foot, Tony Benn and Jeremy Corbyn. Well, as I'm sure we're all aware, NATO is now seen as an article of faith by the modern Labour Party. Sir Keir Starmer says, and I quote, "Labour's commitment to NATO is unshakable." And in an article for The Guardian in February, which some of you may have seen, he even suggested that the creation of NATO was as important as the creation of the National Health Service. I mean, this guy's completely on another planet, isn't he? And then we have David Lammy, Labour's shadow foreign secretary. He claims, and I quote, "As members of NATO, our security border isn't the cliffs of Dover, but the frontiers of our Eastern European allies that border Ukraine." And as if that wasn't disturbing enough, Labour's shadow defence secretary, John Healey, has been falling over himself to support the government's misuse of public money to pump billions of pounds into prolonging NATO's proxy war in Ukraine. And Healey's on record last month as saying, "The government has Labour's fullest backing for military assistance to Ukraine." And he went on to say, "As the first anniversary of Russia's invasion approaches, this will help reassure Ukrainians that Britain will stand with them for as long as it takes, and signal to Putin that things will get worse, not better, for Russia." I ask you, I mean, it's obvious, isn't it, from Lammy's and Healey's outbursts, that Labour's upper echelons are just reckless warmongers. There's no talk about peace, just more war. Even Winston Churchill said, "Jaw is better than war," didn't he? But these Blairite cutouts, They're not interested in jaw. They just relentlessly bang the drums of war, don't they? Yeah. And they're not alone. They're not alone. Even John McDonnell. Yes, John McDonnell, a stalwart of the so-called socialist campaign group of Labour MPs, is supporting more weapons for NATO's proxy war in Ukraine. I don't know if people saw him on Peston a couple of weeks ago, but he bizarrely described giving more weapons to Ukraine as a pathway to peace. There we go. War is peace, you know, it's unbelievable. And as Andy Hudd has mentioned, the TUC passed a motion calling for increased so-called defence spending. I mean, we're talking about military spending, aren't we? To defend jobs, to create jobs. But they're talking through the bloody hat, never mind about the immorality of it. The truth is that jobs in the so-called defence industry have massively reduced over the last 30 or 40 years. If you look at the statistics, in 1981, there were around 450,000 people working in the so-called defence industry. Today, and Andy gave the figure, it's around 130,000. They've hemorrhaged jobs. So why haven't they taken on board the Lucas plan that Andy referred to? And actually look to defence diversification, because you can create a damn sight more jobs, can't you? Producing socially useful products for socially useful things than actually creating weapons to kill people. It's just absurd, isn't it? But you know, it ain't just John McDonnell that's got this bizarre attitude that somehow more weapons to Ukraine are a pathway to peace. Loads of the so-called socialist campaign group take the same view, along with various trade union leaders. I don't know if people saw that statement that was signed by a number of them the other week, but it was signed by 5, there may have been more added to it since I last looked, but 5 members, in addition to John McDonnell of the so-called socialist campaign group, signed this motion. They were Ian Lavery, it's astonishing, Clive Lewis, Rachel Maskell, Lloyd Russell Moyle and Nadia Whittam. They've all signed a statement demanding that all of the UK's surplus military equipment that's due to be replaced should be gifted to Ukraine. And they've even specified the equipment that they want to donate. It includes all the surplus Challenger tanks, send them to Ukraine. All the Typhoon fighter aircraft, send them to Ukraine. Armoured reconnaissance vehicles, send them to Ukraine. And infantry fighting vehicles, let's get them over to Ukraine. Because they claimed that that would, and I quote, help Ukraine win more quickly with less suffering. With less suffering. I mean, again, you know, these people, what planet are they on? I mean, they couldn't be more delusional, could they? And let's remember, when we're talking about NATO, this iconic Labour government, Clem Attlee's Labour government, which is often trotted out at this as a great reforming Labour government from 1945 to 51. That was a Labour government that helped to establish NATO in the first place in 1949. In fact, Attlee's government was a key architect of the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation. And in spite of all the bellicose rhetoric about the USSR drawing an iron curtain across Europe, a phrase that was coined by Winston Churchill in 1946, NATO was created 6 years before the Warsaw Pact even came into existence. So it was NATO that was creating an iron curtain in Europe, not the Soviet Union. So the truth is, isn't it, that Labour has been complicit in the NATO war machine from the very start. So let me just take you through, because it's instructive. It was instructive to me, certainly, when I was researching to make this speech, Labour's manifesto pledges from the 1950s onwards. Labour's 1955 manifesto, for example, boasted about taking the lead in building up the North Atlantic Alliance. 4 years later, Labour was proclaiming that it stood resolutely by NATO. By 1964, the party's manifesto was asserting that Labour took the lead in facing the harsh realities of the Cold War and in creating the NATO alliance. At the 1966 election, Labour stated that it firmly supports NATO. And in 1970, it gave a firm commitment to NATO. Mind you, by February 1974, Labour's manifesto struck a slightly different note. There was some optimism in the air. In that election, the party was calling for the phasing out of NATO and the Warsaw Pact. The same wording, actually, was included in the October 1974 manifesto, as well as the manifestos of 1979 and 1983. Incidentally, that October 1974 manifesto talked about bringing about an irreversible shift in the balance of wealth and power in this country for working people and their families. Where did that commitment go? It got thrown in the bin by Dennis Healey in 1976, and we've been living with the neoliberal monetarist consequences ever since. But by 1987, Labour's so-called defence policy, defence, you should call it military policy, shouldn't they really? But anyway, Labour's defence policy was once again, and I'm quoting, based squarely and firmly on Britain's membership of NATO. In 1992, Labour once again said it was committed to membership of NATO. And in 1997, the manifesto said, in the year that Tony Blair, boo, came to power, Labour in that manifesto said, security will continue to be based on NATO. However, in 2001, they were a bit absent-minded, it seems, because they forgot about the servile commitment to NATO because there was no mention in that manifesto about it. Mind you, 2 years previously, the Blairite MP George Robertson was appointed as NATO Secretary General, a position he held until 2003, so maybe they felt they didn't need to include it in the manifesto as they'd put their man right at the centre of NATO at that time. However, by the 2005 manifesto, we mustn't fear that they've completely forgotten about their servile commitment to NATO, because they made up for the previous reference, or omission, should I say, the previous omission, by referring to NATO as the cornerstone of Britain's defence policy. And in 2010, Labour spoke about reforming NATO to tackle security challenges. And in 2015, Labour said it would strengthen Britain's long-standing membership of NATO. And significantly, in that manifesto, and particularly in view of NATO's proxy war in Ukraine, it also claimed, the manifesto, that the crisis in Ukraine has demonstrated the importance of NATO. That's very instructive, because that crisis was, of course, the aftermath of the US and European Union-backed coup in Ukraine, which had seen NATO's puppet regime in Kiev embarking on a military offensive against the people of East Ukraine, who overwhelmingly opposed the coup. And later that year, of course, 2015, Jeremy Corbyn was elected as the Labour Party leader in a one-member, one-vote election that he won by a landslide. And of course, that sent shockwaves through the establishment. Senior military figures were apoplectic about a peacenik becoming the leader of the official opposition and a potential future Prime Minister. And incredibly, in an interview with the Sunday Times, a serving army general gave a stark warning to a future Corbyn-led government that wanted to shrink the armed forces, scrap Trident, or pull out of NATO. And this is what he said: the army just wouldn't stand for it. Incredible, isn't it? And he threatened to use, and again I'm quoting him, whatever means possible, fair or foul, to prevent that. You can't put a maverick in charge of a country's security. Now that is a threat of treason, of a coup d'etat by the military, isn't it? What an outrage. And yet, a serving military general can threaten a coup d'etat, but suffered no consequences as if it was perfectly normal. Oh yeah, I'll give a quote to the Sunday Times, and we'll overthrow the government in a military coup. What an absolute outrage. But the general needn't have worried, because even the two manifestos under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, despite his best well, maybe not his best endeavours, but despite his endeavours anyway, in 2017 and 2019, contained unambiguous commitments to NATO. So although Sir Keir Starmer's belligerent rhetoric is more overtly favourable towards NATO and the war machine today, the truth is, he's simply restating what's been the Labour Party's official position for almost 74 years. Look, the truth is, every war is started by lies. And that includes the Second World War. If you look at the history, there's a really good book by Peter Hitchens, The Phony Victory, I think it's called, well worth a read. And he sets out in detail the lies that led to the Second World War beginning. So let me conclude this part, because I don't want to completely finish here, because I want to read a statement from Denis Kucinich in a moment as well. But I want to conclude this part anyway with words from Julian Assange, who said, when we understand that wars come about as a result of lies peddled to the British public and the American public and the public all over the world and other countries, that the reality that's constructed around us isn't constructed by liars, it should lead us to an optimistic understanding that if wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth. And so, comrades, friends, fellow peace campaigners, that must be our task when we leave this rally today. In the words of John Lennon, all we are saying is give peace a chance. But let me just conclude my section with a statement from Denis Kucinich, a former congressman and presidential hopeful, actually, who wanted to be with us today. He's incredibly supportive of the No to NATO movement, very supportive of the rage against the war machine over in the States, and the No to NATO interim group has already made connections with the rage against the war machine. And Nick Brana, is he still here? Is Nick still here? Where is he? Where is he?
He's gone.
He's outside. He said, well, anyway, Nick Brana, who's the leader of the Rage Against the War Machine and the chair of the People's Party, they're trying to create an alternative to the one-party state, which we basically got in this country as well. Now there's no real difference between Labour and the Tories. There's no real difference between the Democrats and the Republicans in the United States. And we heard from Nick earlier, who I was on believe it or not, a Twitter space with him yesterday afternoon, and then he got on a plane in Washington, flew over here overnight, and actually made a brilliant speech to the morning session. And we also heard from another fantastic American speaker as well. We've had some brilliant speeches all day, and it's a real privilege to be part of that and be part of these platforms. But let me just read to you, in conclusion, the statement from Denis Kucinich. He said, "As you gather today in London, know there are many Americans who are cheering on your efforts to awaken the United Kingdom to the disaster which awaits everyone should NATO members continue to choose escalation over diplomacy in dealing with Russia. The war in Ukraine should have never happened. Western leaders have used the brave men and women of Ukraine as pawns in an international power play to isolate Russia and destroy its energy resources. The destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines under orders of President Biden, as reported by Seymour Hersh, is a grim reminder of how the domestic security of the German people in winter was cynically sacrificed to the callous designs of global domination by ideologues. Let us stand together for the security of our nations and the world, for an end to the war in Ukraine, for an end to the danger of nuclear war, and for a new beginning, assuring human and ecological security under the banner of strength through peace.
Bravo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chris Williamson. Outstanding. And this outstanding meeting is growing and growing. All of the video of all of the speeches will be released. You'll see online that which you were not able to see in the overcrowded, packed first session. Chris mentioned the world historic hero, Julian Assange, who cannot be with us, who would, I'm sure, have been with us, and he may never be able to hear what was said here today. But Julian's wife and children surely will. So let's take a moment to cheer to the rafters the contribution made, the inspiration shown by the great Julian Assange. Free, free, Julian Assange. Free, free, Julian Assange. Free, free, Julian Assange. Now our penultimate speaker was with Julian right from the start, who never wavered, didn't join the cowards who ran away from Julian when the fake allegations of sexual misconduct were made against him, at a time when some, including some surprising individuals, were demanding Julian's extradition to Sweden on these trumped up fake charges, who were either too stupid or too cowardly to see those fake allegations for what they were. Like Peter Ford earlier, he is one of Her Majesty's former ambassadors, in his case to Uzbekistan, from which lofty position he was dismissed by the Blair government and the Foreign Secretary Jack Straw for, and I quote, over-focusing on human rights. Something worth remembering when you hear them prattle about human rights today. And his presence here illustrates the point I made earlier, that this is the broadest possible movement, that you don't have to be left or right or center, that you don't have to have agreed, all of us, with each other on all previous matters. You don't pass any ideological blood tests to be here. To be here, all you have to do is oppose NATO's war, saying no to NATO, no to war. Please welcome His Excellency, the Honourable Craig Murray, to the rostrum.
Thank you very much, George, and thank you everyone for the ovation you gave for Julian. I had dinner with Stella and the children last night, and they're managing, they're coping with this terrible, terrible situation they're in. And also, I've known George for many years, since I was a student, which is a long time ago, and there are many things we've agreed on, many things we've disagreed on, but we respect each other enormously, I believe. Certainly I respect George enormously. I hope it's mutual. For always having the heart in the right place, let me put it that way. Among the things we disagree on are Scottish independence, but the one thing about George which annoys me most is he's teetotal. And there is a Russian saying which is that you should never trust a man who doesn't drink because he must be hiding something, which... I come at this from a slightly different angle from some people, and I'm going to develop that angle. There may be things you agree with, there may be things you disagree with. But don't yell at me till I've finished developing the argument. At that stage, you can yell as much as you like. I'm a former diplomat. I've lived in Russia. I've lived in Uzbekistan. I've lived in Poland. I used to speak both Polish and Russian fluently, though not for some 20 years, and I need a good few drinks now before it starts to flow. I'm also a historian who has studied the British Empire in particular. And I view Russia as an empire. I know, as a matter of indisputable fact, that the Russian Empire grew at exactly the same time as the British Empire grew, and the two were often rivals for territory. And that there are large parts of mainland Russia now. I'm not only talking about the Soviet Union, because of course the Russian Empire turned into the Soviet Union, which was still an empire, as you would know if you'd lived among the Uzbeks or the Kazakhs and found what they thought about their former colonial masters. It was a better empire than the British Empire. It provided things like universal education, which we never bothered to do for the locals. It was a better empire than us, but it was nonetheless an imperial occupation, and the local cultures were suppressed, and particularly the Muslim culture was suppressed. And that also happened in other places which are still part of Russia today, like Dagestan and Chechnya. And those places have as much right to independence as Scotland. We don't think of Russia as an empire, and we don't realize that much of the territory of Russia today wasn't added into Russia until the 19th century, because we're kind of psychologically conditioned to think that an empire is somewhere you have to go in a boat, but it's not somewhere you can walk to. Whereas the Russian Empire was acquired by land acquisition. As a result of this perspective, not only do I, as I say, support the independence of Chechnya and Dagestan, I also believe, for example, that Crimea doesn't belong to Ukraine and doesn't belong to Russia. It belongs to the native population, the Krim Tatars, who were not deported by Stalin until the 1950s. And you are a gross hypocrite if you believe that the Chagos Islands should go back to their native population who were deported in the 1960s, but do not believe that the Crimea should go back to its native population who were deported in the 1950s. As I say, these are different perspectives, and it comes from my living amongst some of the former Russian-occupied Muslim peoples. So I look at Ukraine in a different way, having lived in Poland as well. You know, if you lived in Poland, as I did for 4 years, you become very well aware of the massive shifts in European population at the end of the Second World War. The fact that basically fairly well everyone was shunted westward. Much of, about a third of modern day Poland was Germany, up until 1945, 46. And much of Ukraine was Poland. The greatest cultural city of Poland, of the entire Polish culture, is Lwów, which nowadays we have to call Lviv. But it's a Polish city. It was built by the Poles. It's possibly the greatest architectural achievement of Polish culture. And that was a result of shifts of population after the Second World War. So when you're looking at questions of, who owns the Donbass? Well, actually, most of the Russian population of the Donbass weren't shifted there until 1946. So these matters are complex. It is not a situation that you can look at and say, these are the goodies and these are the baddies. This is absolute right or wrong. You're looking at the working out of very complex historical shifts and antagonisms and fights for resources over centuries. But the one thing you can say for certain is that the answer to none of these questions is to kill people. War is never justified. My own view is that simply as a matter of international law, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was illegal. It was illegal in international law, as illegal as the British invasion of Iraq was illegal in international law. Was it provoked? Yes. Can we understand why it happened? Yes. Was it legal? No. But we are where we are. And the question is now, how do you stop? And this is something else I want to say, where I come from perhaps a different angle of many of you. I want to go back again to my time in the Foreign Office and when the Soviet Union ended. Now, we had been told throughout the Cold War that the Soviet Union was this massively powerful, frightening military power, and that we needed to spend huge amounts of public money on weapons systems and military and security services in order to defend ourselves against this massive military power. When the Soviet Union collapsed, and when Western experts, defense attachés and others were able to get in and actually visit the Russian army, the former Soviet army, they discovered that Russia had approximately 40% of the weapon systems that the intelligence had told us they had, and that those weapon systems were approximately half as effective as the intelligence had told us they had, because the threat of the Soviet Union was massively, massively exaggerated by Western intelligence in order to justify massive arms spending and the corruption and the money and the weapon and the job go round that goes with it. And that remains true to this day. I know a lot of people would love it if the West and Western imperialism and Western aggression were counterbalanced by an equal military force. But it isn't. Russian armed forces are not that strong. And the idea being sold through the media that the Russian army, which cannot take Kiev, could march through Kiev, through Warsaw, through Berlin, through Brussels, through Amsterdam, through Paris, and march through London is obvious bollocks. But that is the idea which we are sold to justify massive military expenditure. And the truth is that the war in Ukraine does not show us that we need massive, massive Western military expenditure to defeat Russia. It shows us precisely the opposite. It shows us that not even a corrupt, disorganized, ill-armed, immediate neighbor of Russia can be easily subdued by Russia. And it could not be easily subdued even before NATO started pouring in massive weaponry in this obscene arms race of death and destruction. And I also want to say to you this, Ukraine is, as we know, the second most corrupt country in Europe. We know what it was doing to its Russian population prior to the invasion. We know about the banning of political parties, the banning of the Russian language, the removal of Russian books. We know all of that. We know all that goes on. But this is a conflict between Russia and Ukraine, between two massively corrupt, massively wealth unequal, oligarchical societies. And I tell you this, Vladimir Putin does not care about the people of Donbass any more than Joe Biden cares about the people of Kiev. These are powerful politicians who represent the global 1%, different camps of the global 1%, but they are all the global 1%. And they are all interested in conflict and death because of its chances to grab hold of resources and because of its ability to fuel that money-making and power-centralizing machine of the military-industrial complex. This is not a war with good guys and bad guys on either side. The people who control militaries, the people who control the weapons of death, the people who send ordinary young people to fight and die and to result in thousands and thousands of civilian casualties, they are not good people on either side. This war is evil. We do not need NATO. We do not face an adversary. There is absolutely no chance whatsoever. Russia has no interest, has never had the slightest interest. Russia has never, ever in history, ever conceived of a plan to invade the United Kingdom. There just never has been such a plan. Russia has no interest in attacking London. The idea that we need massive weaponry for self-defense is nuts. And the weaponry here, I said to you that largely because of corruption, but for other reasons too, the Soviet army proved to be far less powerful than we've been told it was. Our army is also far less powerful. I see today in the news that we've spent £5 billion on developing the Ajax armoured vehicle, and not one has been built yet. Think of the corruption involved in that, £5 billion. And look at the money that's been made out of this war. Don't just look at BP, don't just look at Shell, look at British Aerospace, which announced yesterday it had a £49 billion order book as a result of the Ukraine war. This is obscene. This is disgusting. This is people profiting from death and destruction, and this is not people who care about freedom, who care about democracy. This is not people who care about the lives of the people who are dying. This is people who want the war to go on and on and on because it lines their pockets and because ultimately they hope to grab resources. And we should want nothing whatsoever to do with it. NATO is a part of the evil wrought by the global 1% on ordinary people. NATO is a part of the machinery of destruction and death. There are no good players in war. There are certainly no good players amongst the political leaders in war. We do not need war. War is not the answer to people's problems. War is not the answer to conflict of interest. And the sad thing is, at the end of this war, I'm fairly certain the negotiated outcome will be much the same as it could have been at the start. It will not much differ at all. I think we can talk in the abstract. I've seen war. I was in Sierra Leone during the Civil War. I met children with their arms cut off. I saw people die in agony. The evil of war should not be underestimated. The problem is we are isolated from it. We don't realize just what it means. We talk of the millions who died as a result of the Iraq War. We didn't see them writhe and die in agony. We don't meet many of the children who were orphaned or left limbless. War is the most terrible thing. It is never justified. And this war in particular is not justified, and we should all be deeply ashamed that we are in a country which is part of NATO, which is fueling it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Craig Murray. I did say that we were people of different faiths and different points of view, and Craig brilliantly demonstrated that. But the point is, and it's the point on which he concluded, we as a country, as a people, have no interest in NATO wars. We have no interest in being at war with Russia. We have arguably even less interest in being at war with China. And yet it is evident beyond any need for me to expand upon that the United States, which is NATO, Britain's rather like Mussolini in the 1930s, going around the world threatening people with Hitler's army. Our entire armed forces, Army, Navy and Air Force, could fit into Wembley Stadium tomorrow for the Cup final, leaving thousands and thousands of empty seats. We are, as a country, sinking in decline. Economic decline, sociological decline, cultural decline. The last thing in the world we need is a war with Russia, is a war with China. We need to and yet that is exactly what they plan. Blinken and the Pentagon, both this week, warned, threatened China with what they called consequences should China, in the peace proposals they have advanced before they had seen them, seek to deepen its relationship with Russia. Think of the arrogance of that. One superpower threatening a second superpower with consequences should they decide to deepen their relations with a third superpower. I call them superpowers only on the basis of their thousands of nuclear weapons. Although, as the Chinese leadership said, we acknowledge that the United States could destroy China many times over. We are comfortable with our ability to destroy the United States only once. But the arrogance is more than that. It is a reflection of the rejection by the colonialists' club of white Europeans, many of whom now run the United States of America, that their era, their epoch of world domination is coming to an end. That a multipolar world has suddenly, for many of them, heaved into view. The tectonic plates have shifted. The sun is rising in the east. The economic power has moved to the east. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, about which hardly anyone in this country has ever heard, contains more than half of the population of the world and more than half of the wealth of the world. The BRICS will soon run out of letters. So many people are queuing to join it. The G7, containing such mighty economic powers as Italy, has become smaller still, shrunken still, in the light of these great changes that are taking place in the world. So it is not necessary for Craig or for me or for you to like or dislike the leaders of these new rising economic powers. We can't affect that. We don't elect Putin. We can't remove him. We don't elect Xi Jinping. We can't remove him. But we do elect our own dwarves who are presiding over this great decline of the economic, sociological, and cultural position of our own people. And thus it is possible to say that the real enemy for us is at home. We are not required to endorse the leadership of other countries. We cannot affect it. But we must effect, if we are to reverse this course of decline on which we are, we must affect the quality and role of our own country. And that's why we seek to assemble the broadest possible coalition in support of these demands. This started out as a brainwave of me and Chris Williamson and our parties, the Workers' Party of Britain and the Socialist Labour Party, and it has grown and grown. And so I want to put to you this proposed resolution, which I hope you will greet with acclamation. This gathering in London on 25 February 2023 resolves to establish in the UK and Ireland a No to NATO campaigning organisation to carry the fight against imperialist wars to the widest possible audience, to appoint an interim leadership of George Galloway, Chris Williamson and Andy Hudd to direct the organisation's work until a wider leadership can be elected, and to encourage throughout the world all efforts of similar organisations and to coordinate with them in global action. All those in favour, say aye. All those against, say no. That's carried unanimously. Now there are other speakers joining us. I want to, Craig rightly pointed out that I'm a lifelong teetotaler, like my father before me and my children after me, I hope, some of whom are in the audience today. I have to invite you to a pub, which goes against the grain, but I'm sure you'll all enjoy it. There's a social What a quaint word, social. That's what they used to call them when I joined the Labour movement more than half a century ago. There was a social after the event today at 6 o'clock till 11 o'clock. Help me, Lauren, as to whom I'm introducing next. We'll wrap up. We'll wrap up and there will be a third session. It's pretty good going, actually, at 4:30. You can stay if you want, as long as if you're overwhelmed with new people, have the grace to give them your chair, and we can fit everybody in. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for your support. And I promise you, you haven't heard the last of us. Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's Max Blumenthal from the Gray Zone. It's a huge honor to be a part of this conference. I'm speaking to you from Washington, D.C. It's pretty late here right now, and I'm still soaking in the success of what we experienced last weekend on February 19th, where we had a landmark rally against the Ukraine proxy war, calling for the defunding of this war and the abolition of NATO. With this wide array of forces, we managed to gather anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 people in Washington. The march to the White House from the Lincoln Memorial was blocks and blocks long. We managed to get coverage from local media outlets across the country. Something like over 100 local media outlets covered us. We were also attacked by corporate media frauds like Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid, which shows how much of a threat we were. Former members of Congress who comprised the last Democratic and Republican anti-war candidates to actually participate in presidential primaries were on stage, and so was I. I had the honor of kicking off that rally. So it's a huge honor to be a part of this. And I think what we're doing right now is building a transatlantic alliance against this insane proxy war and attempting to save humanity from the sociopaths that comprise NATO. And I want to talk about those people right now. I want to talk about how the cancellation of the venues that were supposed to host this event connect to attacks that have taken place actually on Russian territory, some of the most provocative attacks of the war, and how these attacks have been carried out by a coherent network of hybrid warriors who are spanning the media and military intelligence apparatus. And if we're actually to follow the political and military activities of those connected to the attacks on this conference that resulted in the cancellation at St. Pancras Church and Conway Hall, the Ethical Society, we can actually draw a line ultimately to some of the most provocative attacks, as I mentioned, waged by NATO and its Ukrainian proxy on Russian targets. So let's start with NAFO. Its name was inspired by NATO. It's called the North Atlantic Fellows Organization. It's basically a troll farm that's supposedly organic. As Alex Rubinstein, our contributor at the Gray Zone, has reported, many NAFO influencers actually work in the military intelligence apparatus in the US and UK. And they're the beltway boosters of NAFO in the media and think tanks. They gloss over this organization's role as a fundraising machine for the Georgian Legion, which is a US-backed Ukrainian fighting group that has been involved in gruesome battlefield atrocities in Ukraine. Several former members of the Legion have produced firsthand testimony documenting its perpetration of war crimes, including the torture and execution of POWs and civilians. This was the organization, NAFO, this network that actually lobbied Conway Hall and before it St. Pancras Church to cancel this event. And they're directly involved in fundraising for a group that commits atrocities and war crimes on camera and brags about it in Ukraine. You know, one of the figures who has been the most proud of his role in the cancellation of this event at 2 venues was Oz Chatterjee. You can see here on screen, these are his tweets saying, "That's 2 venues canceled now, George Galloway. Make my day. Let's do 3 in a row." Quote tweeting Conway Hall's pathetic cancellation, where they acknowledge an intimidation campaign compelled them to end this event. And he goes on, "Do you think I was lying? NAFO sends their regards." Oz Chatterjee is a member of NAFO, and he is also someone I've known for years who's tried to get me canceled at every event I've spoken at. He's wished violence on me, and he somehow managed to testify before the House of Lords on Syria. He's a huge supporter of regime change operations. Despite his obscurity, signed a letter alongside prominent UK centrist and neocon politicians denouncing Jeremy Corbyn as an anti-Semite, ahead of the national elections that was published in The Guardian. But, you know, what else is interesting about this figure is that he was mentioned actually as a key contact and ally by Paul Mason in the leaked emails that we at the Gray Zone obtained about Paul Mason's activities to actually destroy the Gray Zone and to attack the entire UK anti-war movement. Paul Mason parades around as just a journalist and former Trotskyist or current Trotskyist who really just cares about Ukraine. He organized some labor unions to march in support of the Ukraine proxy war. But as I and Kit Clarenberg, our UK correspondent at the Gray Zone, exposed through leaked files, Paul Mason is a lot more connected to NATO and the British intelligence apparatus than he actually claims to be. And, you know, we've seen through his emails that he was planning an anti-Gray Zone summit with Bellingcat, the NATO-sponsored open source intelligence site that he referred to as intelligence by proxy. He also was planning a war on what he called rogue academics, like our friends David Miller and Justin Schlossberg. And then there's the famous mind map that Paul Mason produced of the entire UK Corbyn anti-war network. And here's what it looks like. You can see from the left, Russia, Sputnik, campists, China, and then you move to the right and you start to see anti-war activists like Medea Benjamin being named. This is all stuff Paul Mason put together. Socialist Appeal, blah, blah, blah. At the center of it is Stop the War Coalition, Fiona Edwards, who's speaking at this conference, Jeremy Corbyn, and then you move to the right all the way, and you see Muslim community, Young Network Left, Labour Left, trade unions, Black community, Scottish nationalism. So all those communities in the UK are communities that Paul Mason considers to be under the influence of Russia and China and therefore need to be neutralized by British intelligence. This is a highly dangerous document. Who was he sending this document to? Well, Paul Mason had actually sent it to a friend named Andy Price, who happens to be was at the time the head of the British Foreign Office's Counter Disinformation and Media Development Unit, an intelligence unit probably actually operating under the auspices of MI5, MI6, which was founded in April 2016 to counterstrike against Russian propaganda. So Andy Price was Paul Mason's handler. Paul Mason was being handled by an intelligence agent, apparently. And as Kit Clarenberg reported, this May 5th, Andy Price emailed Paul Mason an outline of a proposal for an astroturfed civil society organization that would serve, in their words, as the major forward-leaning player in the information war. It was going to be called the International Information Brigade, or IBB. Now, why is this interesting? Leaving aside the fact that Andy Price actually succeeded, apparently, in getting YouTube to take down a live stream I and my colleague Aaron Mate did about all these leaked emails and has boasted in emails we obtained about taking down what he called Russian stuff. This initiative that he conceived appears to have been the second incarnation of something you all might know about at this conference called the Integrity Initiative. And Andy Price happened to be a member of the UK cluster of the Integrity Initiative. What was the Integrity Initiative? It was a secret black propaganda operation sponsored by the British Foreign Office, the British Ministry of Defense, and NATO, operating behind the cover of a think tank called the Institute of Statecraft. As Chris Williamson exposed, it was using a fake paper mill or an abandoned paper mill in Fife, Scotland as its address. And it was funded to the tune of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds to maintain covert networks of journalists, academics, pundits, politicians, and security officials to carry out black propaganda against enemy states like China and Russia, and people like Jeremy Corbyn or WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. And this propaganda had damaging real-world effects, and it was all conducted in secret, without the knowledge of the British taxpayers who were paying for this propaganda. And we helped play a role at the Grey Zone, along with other independent media outlets in the UK, in exposing this scandal. Now, this is where we start to get into how this all connects to Ukraine. These were the elements that have been attacking us for years, that have been trying to prevent conferences like this from happening. So how does it connect to Ukraine? Well, the Integrity Initiative was headed by Chris Donnelly, who is a senior British Army intelligence operative and veteran high-ranking NATO advisor. And the Integrity Initiative collapsed when its files were exposed, but Chris Donnelly continued to conduct black propaganda and some very, very subversive, extremely dangerous activities that I'm now going to discuss. Now, we've heard a lot about Seymour Hersh's report on the Nord Stream pipeline bombing. Seymour Hersh confirmed what we all suspected, which was that the U.S. planted a charge on the pipelines under cover of its Baltops exercises, then detonated it with the help of Norwegian divers and probably approval from former Norwegian Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg, who is the current NATO Secretary General. But before that pipeline was bombed, there was the suicide attack on the Kerch Bridge on October 8th, 2022. And that attack, as we all remember, it was a major attack on a $4 billion transportation artery that connected Crimea to Russia. It was the land bridge, a major infrastructure project of Putin. So huge escalation, provocation. It led to Russian counterattacks on Ukraine's electrical grid, a major escalation in the war. And as Kit Clarenberg reported for us at the Grey Zone, through more leaked files, we obtained detailed proposals for providing audacious support to Kiev's maritime raiding operations were drafted months before, in April 22, at the request of none other than Chris Donnelly, formerly of the Integrity Initiative. And the plan's core component was, in Donnelly's words, destruction of the bridge over the Kerch Strait. So there appears to be a direct NATO or British role in this attack. And when did that attack occur? Sorry, when was that plan put forward? April 2022, when London and Boris Johnson specifically traveled to Kiev to sabotage peace talks between Ukraine and Moscow. So the overriding objectives in this plan laid out by Donnelly were to degrade Russia's ability to blockade Kiev, erode Moscow's warfighting capability, and isolate Russian land and maritime forces in Crimea by denying resupply by sea and overland via Kerch Bridge. Pretty clear. They also raked in contracts, Donnelly and his team, with the British Ministry of Defense, working with Ukrainian intelligence to train a secret Ukrainian terror army to carry out attacks on Crimea. This is a highly illegal venture that has still been kept secret by the British media. And let's take a look at just some of these files that we managed to expose. I mean, these are classified files, that were in the presentation Donnelly and his team put together to attack the Russian Navy and attack the Kerch Bridge. And you can see the destruction of the bridge would require a cruise missile. They're calling for a cruise missile attack on the Kerch Bridge. And this is a huge red line for Russia. These are all secret files we obtained that have yet to be reported by the British media. Now, as you can see, the plan put forward by Donnelly's team called for a lot more destruction than we saw in the October attack by the SBU. That attack actually mirrored what was seen with the MI6 human bomb false flag attacks in Northern Ireland during the Troubles. But let's just imagine if a cruise missile had hit the Kerch Bridge, what kind of Russian retaliation would we have seen then? Because the retaliation we did see, in fact, was attacks on Ukrainian electrical infrastructure, which were devastating for civilians across Ukraine. Chris Donnelly, NATO operative, funded by the British state, conducting these covert, subversive, illegal activities, in 2014 actually proposed mining the harbor of Crimea's Sevastopol with a car ferry, destroying fighter jets on Crimean airfields as, in his words, a gesture that they're serious, and using a big microwave anti-satellite weapon to take down Russian space installations, and then turning to the West for oil and gas supplies after the oil and gas stops flowing from Russia as it is now. This is a dangerous individual who's embedded in the British national security state, who's been supported and funded by NATO. How dangerous is he? Well, we at the Gray Zone obtained correspondences from Donnelly, which were reported by Kit Clarenberg, showing him actually attacking US President Joe Biden for warning at a private dinner party here in Washington that endless escalation with Russia could lead to, in Biden's words, Armageddon. That's right. Donnelly appears determined to push the US and the Biden administration further than it even wants to go, and to literally dare Russia to retaliate with nuclear weapons. These people like Chris Donnelly, the people attacking this conference who have tried to prevent it from taking place, they're a clear and present danger to whatever's left of our democratic rights at home, and they are a threat to human survival with what they would like to do in Ukraine. That's why we have to stop them. We have to join together and stop them. And that is why we're here today to say no to NATO. Thank you.
The task for me is to introduce our final speakers of the day, but before I do, I want to, as it were, set the scene. This No to NATO, No to War slogan, concept, title, and event started out as a brainchild of myself and my friend Chris Williamson, the former Labour Member of Parliament, and our respective parties, the Workers' Party of Britain in my case, and the Socialist Labour Party in his case. We are proud of the fact that there are no litmus tests between us. None would be necessary between us, but there are none between us and you either. In other words, we don't care what your politics are, your faith, your attitude to previous conflicts, your attitude to this issue or that issue. We care only about one thing, which is building the broadest and biggest possible coalition of people under the banner of No to NATO, No to War. Because we believe, as the Honourable Craig Murray, the former British ambassador, said in the last session, the war is the ultimate evil, representing not just theft from the people of the countries whose governments are waging war, but now, in this thermonuclear era, posing the danger of existential danger, the possibility of the end of the earth, the end of humanity on the earth. People think that I might be exaggerating that, but a moment's thought establishes that there's no exaggeration involved. Ponder it. If a conventional war between NATO and Russia were to break out, and we are inches from that today, then one side or the other would begin to prevail. If NATO began to prevail, Russia, whose very existence would be threatened, would literally have no option other than surrender and dismemberment, to which they're unlikely to agree, but to escalate the weaponry involved in the conflict, and vice versa. If Russia were to begin to prevail over the NATO armies in a conventional war, who would be foolish enough to predict that the semi-imbecile in the White House would not reach for an escalation into nuclear conflict? It would begin, of course, with battlefield nuclear weapons, so-called mini nuclear weapons. Not many, of course, if you happen to be in the place where they explode. But if that did not prevail, then a steady escalation into intermediate range and ultimately intercontinental exchange of nuclear weaponry would ineluctably flow. And so there's no exaggeration involved in saying that the future of humanity, of all life on Earth, even the fabled cockroach, which used to be said to be the only thing that would survive a nuclear weapons, is at stake. I remind you that between them, the United States and Russia, Britain, France, China, have the best part of 8,000 nuclear weapons between them. And that each of those nuclear weapons, each of those 8,000 nuclear weapons, are at least 1,000 times more powerful than the nuclear bombs that fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If that's not enough to frighten you, I don't know what would be. As a father of 6 children myself, it haunts me and drives me that this conflict could escalate to that kind of existential level. And so there's literally nothing more important than this. It knocks all other differences we might have with each other into a cocked hat. And we must come together to try and stop it. And that's what we have done with the foundation of this campaigning organization here today. I'll have more to say towards the end. I want to introduce you to our speakers individually. Our first speaker in this, the third session of this event, is Dr. David Miller, a man, an intellectual, an academic, a writer, a campaigner of the highest rank, who has himself been subject to some of the intimidation, some of the witch hunting that the rest of us in this organization have recently suffered. And that makes him all the more important to hear. As someone as eminent and as conservative as John Stuart Mill said, the problem with censorship is not the damage it does to those who are censored, though damage it does. And Dr. David Miller has suffered damage. The bigger problem is the damage it does to us who are doing the censoring, because some of what those we are censoring have to say may be true. may in part be true, may be entirely true. And if we censor it out of the public discourse, we are self-harming. We are harming ourselves, perhaps more than we are harming those that we censor. So a censored man is up next, and he's definitely worth hearing. Please welcome Dr. David Miller.
Thank you.
So yes, I have been censored. I've been sacked from my job. I have been shadow banned on Twitter. I'm labelled on Twitter as Iran state-affiliated media because I produce a show with Chris called Palestine Declassified, a weekly show telling the truth about Palestine and indeed about the Zionist movement. We broadcast it on Press TV, and that makes me, according to them, an agent of the Iranian government. I am no agent of the Iranian government, but I have to say, there is more freedom working for Press TV than there is in any mainstream media outlet in this country or in anywhere in Western Europe. I want to talk to you about NATO, and I want to talk to you about Russia. And I thought maybe the place to start, before I go on to talk about NATO, is a documentary which I watched last night on Cambridge Analytica, the PR firm, part of the Strategic Communication Laboratories company group. And this documentary, it's been out for some time. I hadn't seen it before. Carol Cadwallader's in it from The Observer. And it essentially makes the case that these people in Cambridge Analytica who were in a PR firm were able to download data from Facebook, with Facebook's permission it seems, and they were then able to use that data to try and manage and manipulate elections in the US. And the thesis of the program is that the Trump administration came to power as a result of that manipulation. Now, the evidence for such a thesis in the documentary is, I would say, putting it strongly, weak. There is a lot of supposition and a lot of implication that this is what must have happened. But actually, when you look at the bigger picture, there's really no evidence that Cambridge Analytica had really any major impact on the Trump election. But that's not the significant point of the story, or indeed of the documentary, because the significant point of the documentary, which is told to us in the latter part of the documentary, when Carol Cadwallader, the Guardian journalist, goes from being an interviewee in the documentary to actually giving the voiceover. And she tells us that the real implication of this is that Cambridge Analytica were working for the Russians. And the Russians put Donald Trump in the White House. And of course, the other implication, and part of the story alluded to in the documentary, is that the reason why people voted to leave the European Union in the Brexit referendum was because of the Russians. Because Cambridge Analytica was working for Leave EU, and that made people decide to leave the EU. And of course, it doesn't matter that the evidence in the documentary shows that Cambridge Analytica didn't even do any work for Leave EU. They just advised them before the campaign started. But the interesting thing, I think, about this is about this notion of Russian power. The notion that the Russians are behind every bad thing that happens in our society. Now, it's not just that that's not true, it's the huge investment of resources in journalism, in fakery, that the intelligence services in this country, because of course they originated much of the Russiagate fiasco which happened in the US, and in the US, the huge amount of effort they've invested in this nonsense that the Russians control Britain or control the US political system. They clearly don't, but this is a propaganda campaign which has encouraged the idea that Vladimir Putin is a very, very bad man indeed. Now, I can't speak for Vladimir Putin personally, but it's plain that this whole idea that there are Russians behind it, I mean, under every bed, we used to say, but behind every headline, behind every bad thing in the world, there are the Russians. This is nonsense. It's nonsense which is not just by accident become part of the common conversation of today. It's come about as a result of a huge investment in a propaganda campaign. Now, just to give you the actual story about Cambridge Analytica, the Cambridge Analytica, as I mentioned, was part of this group, Strategic Communications Laboratories, started by an old Etonian called Nigel Oakes, who was once expelled by police from Windsor Castle at a royal party for being drunk and disorderly. And he used to run a high society disco, I believe they called them, in the West End of London called Raffles. And he went on to become a PR professional and to start to do work in PR for a whole range of governments and indeed for a whole range of militaries as well. What Cambridge Analytica and SCL were doing in this period when allegedly they were being used by Vladimir Putin to put Trump in the White House was actually doing strategic communications, public relations work for NATO. And where were they doing it? Yes, they were doing it in Moldova. Yes, they were doing it in Latvia. But where else were they doing it? Of course, they were doing it in Ukraine. So during this period that this company was supposed to be putting Trump in the White House on behalf of Vladimir Putin, the company was actually dedicated to undermining the Russians by doing strategic communications work in Ukraine. Now that's the reality of what happened. But you wouldn't know that if you read anything in the mainstream media in this country or in the US. Now, I wanted to go on to talk more about this. They were working for NATO when they did this. They weren't the only company involved. They weren't the only people involved. There was people from the Ministry of Defence, from the Foreign Office, from the Cabinet Office, all of them spook-related, either in military intelligence or in MI6, who were placed inside the Ministry of Defence in Kiev, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Kiev, who drove the public relations and strategic communications and propaganda activities of the Ukrainian government before the US-backed coup in 2014 and all the way through to the current conflict. So we have a clear picture here that it's not just that NATO expanded towards Ukraine, but they were actually active directly inside Ukraine, pushing the administration in Ukraine towards the confrontation and the conflict with Russia. We also know from leaked documents which came out recently that British military intelligence were involved in a plan to blow up the Kerch Bridge to the Crimea. The guy who was in charge of this plot, a guy whose name might be familiar to some people, is a guy called Chris Donnelly, who runs a charity, it's called, the Institute for Statecraft in this country. And he's also an honorary colonel in the strategic group military intelligence, a shady and little-known intelligence group which is part of the British military. He used to run also an initiative called the Integrity Initiative, which some of you might have come across in 2018, which was supposed to, in the phrase, counter Russian disinformation. And of course, it became controversial when it was realised that most of what they were doing was countering Jeremy Corbyn. And so several of us who were involved in the investigation of this organisation complained to the Scottish Charity Commission. That's the Scottish version of the Charity Commission in England. If it had been the English one, we wouldn't have got anywhere. But as a result of it being the Scottish one, effectively the organisation for the Institute for Statecraft was shut down as a result of this investigation. And Chris Donnelly had to resign from the organisation and not be involved anymore. But yet here it is, 4 years later, Chris Donnelly, in leaked documents, acting as if he's still in the Institute for Statecraft, planning to blow up the Kerch Bridge in Crimea, something which then happened only 6 weeks after the planning documents, which were leaked to the Grey Zone some weeks ago. So we have a direct involvement of British military intelligence, of MI6, and other British intelligence agencies in trying to promote war in Ukraine. So don't let anyone tell you that this is something which has not been promoted and provoked by NATO. NATO, of course, has a hugely bad record of involvement. People have talked earlier today about its involvement in the Balkans and the bombing of Serbia. Of course, they were also involved, remember, in Libya in 2011 when they bombed Libya and they caused the death, the assassination of Libya's Colonel Gaddafi. And let's remember they also trafficked into Libya members of the former Libyan Islamic fighting group from this country, people who were on the watch list for MI5, who turned up at Heathrow Airport and said, oh, we're off to Libya. And the special branch guy said, no, you're not, mate. And they said, no, it's okay, phone MI5. And so they phoned MI5 and they got cleared to go. And off they went to fight on behalf of MI6 to depose Gaddafi. They were then evacuated from Libya by a Royal Navy ship. And one of them, Salman Abedi, whose name you might know, came back here to do the Manchester bombing where he killed 22 civilians in the run-up to the 2017 election. That's the kind of activities which MI6, British intelligence services, get up to. They also, of course, did the same in Syria. People who'd fought for them in Libya, they trafficked them over to Syria to create an apparent revolution in Syria. The intelligence services in this country trafficked, it's known, 140 Britons across the border into Syria to fight with Nusra or with ISIS, because of course they opposed the Assad regime there. There's nothing that they will not do to pursue what they perceive as British interests, and that's of course why it's no problem to them to collaborate with actual Nazis in the Ukraine. People could say this 2 years ago on the BBC, that the ASLEF battalion were actual Nazis. It's impossible to say that now. People could say there's a history of Nazism in the Ukraine. It's very difficult to say that now. Actually, even under the Soviet Union, the Nazis in Ukraine were still in operation until the late 1950s. It wasn't until 1959 that the Banderists were finally defeated in Ukraine. There is a genuine problem of Nazism in Ukraine, and it doesn't matter how much you airbrush it, it's something which has to be dealt with, and that is what is being dealt with in Ukraine today. These are not literal, these are not like Nazis, they're not neo-fascists, they're not neo-Nazis, they're actual Nazis. Right? Let's be clear about that. There isn't any doubt about that. And what we find then is the question of how we deal with that, how we deal with the question of Nazism in Ukraine. It can't be dealt with by simply saying, oh well, we should just withdraw the Russian army to the Russian border, and maybe they can keep part of Donbass, and then everything will be fine. Everything will not be fine, right? There is a pressure here which cannot be dissipated unless the Nazis are defeated. And that's what needs to happen. Nazis should be defeated in Ukraine. But I wanted to take up some of the points that George has been making about a multipolar world. This is something which has come about by sort of accident, if you're an EU decision maker. Now, I had always thought, being a bit of a critic of the EU, that the people in charge of the EU, being ultra neoliberals, free marketeers, I'd always thought that they understood what the free market was, how it operated. But apparently they don't, because when this conflict started, they said, well, what we'll do against the Russians is we will bring in sanctions. And the Russians won't be able to do anything then, because once we sanction them, their economy will collapse. Now, they didn't seem to realize that actually you can sell things to other countries, that some countries are self-sufficient in some products, like, for example, oil or agricultural fertilizers, and they don't need to get them from the West. And of course, what's happened as a result of these sanctions is that the countries which have suffered the most have been European economies. This is a process which is resulting in industrial destruction of European economies. It has backfired on the European economies. And then you ask the question, when the Nord Stream is blown up by the Americans, well, why would the Europeans not say anything about that? Why would they not say, hang on, we wanted to get oil from the pipeline, from the Russians, and now we're having to be dependent on oil from, let me think, which country is it we're going to have to be dependent on? From the US. The US is engaged in a process of trying to destroy European countries. That is the purpose of it, to destroy the economies of European countries. That was always, of course, the point of NATO, was to keep Germany down and Russia back. And that remains the point of NATO, is to destroy the possibility that Germany can take an independent course. And people in Europe need to see that. It's not just that we support, ending of war in Ukraine, it's that we should be directly targeting the US imperial power, which is oppressing all of us, not just the Ukrainians, all of us. Let me finish by just mentioning Iraq and talking a bit more about disinformation. So, the contrast with Iraq is instructive, isn't it? I remember back in the day when they invaded Iraq, and I remember we wrote about this at the time, about censorship and propaganda. But if you remember when the government put out its latest bit of propaganda, the dodgy dossier or the other dodgy dossier and all that stuff, that within days these dossiers were debunked sometimes by academics, sometimes by independent journalists, and eventually the mainstream sort of picked up that the idea that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq was, bogus nonsense. But today, when the latest piece of government propaganda comes out about the Russians bombing Nord Stream or Russian atrocities, or what was it they said at one point? Russians are using the rape of babies as a weapon of war. Remember that one? I mean, extraordinary amounts of lies have come out, but nobody is able to debunk them. There is an almost blanket cover of censorship over the whole of the mainstream media, and it's a real contrast between now and what happened over Iraq, where there was a measure of dissent which is available. And partly that's because it's not just that the mainstream media are controlled and are propagandized, but it's also that there are a whole range of non-governmental organizations which are there to enforce imperial ideas. They're non-governmental organizations which are funded, sometimes directly, mostly indirectly, by the US and by MI5 and MI6 in this country too. These are NGOs, for example, in what I like to call the disinformation industrial complex. So all these organizations which are dedicated to spotting disinformation in the public domain. Every single one of these is an organization which is funded either directly or indirectly by Western powers, by Western governments. And they are there to try and make sure that no alternative view on the Ukraine gets into public view. And that's where we now are. We're in an age where the ability to spread public information about a matter of public importance has never been in a worse state than it is now. So if we are to move forward towards the possibility, one, of denazification in Ukraine, two, of the dissolution of US imperial power, big ask that, then we need to be doing it with speaking to each other, using independent media, and making sure that we have demonstrations regularly where we raise the possibility that there's an alternative way of seeing things. And that's what I think is important about today, that there are enough people here to start a movement which can start to push back against the overwhelming tide of nonsense on Ukraine. And I hope that we do that in the days to come. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Now you can see why they have tried so hard to suppress and, if possible, silence Dr. Miller's truth. The disinformation industry is them. It's not the Russians who are disinforming you. It's the people who are telling you about the Russians, the Iranians, under every bed, behind every headline, as David said, behind every broadcast, behind every Twitter handle, and so on. But in fact, they're losing, because for the most part, David is an exception in that he has been exceptionally badly suppressed. We are being heard. Tomorrow night, on the mother of all talk shows, I will hold another 1 million person seminar where powerful guests and me will reach 1 million people. If you want to compare that, the BBC's flagship programme has 220,000 viewers. Sophie Ridge, if she's still there, on Sky News, if it's still there, will speak to 80,000 people. So we are reaching a big audience, and one which can only grow unless they close it down entirely, in which case we'll have to, as we've done here, come up with an alternative cunning plan. And one of the rising stars of alternative media is our next speaker. He's a young man. To me, at my age, he looks like a very young man. But he is speaking so clearly and so well that he has built up a genuinely massive international audience. He is, of course, Richard Medhurst. Please welcome to the
Thank you for that introduction, George. You're very kind. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the organisers of the event. My name is Richard Thomas Medhurst. I'm an independent journalist. As you can tell by my very English name, I'm British. The Louvre Museum in Paris once had a director named André Parot. He was a French archaeologist. And he did a lot of work in Syria and in that region, and he viewed it as so important to our human heritage as the cradle of civilization that he said every man has two countries, his own and Syria. And for me, that's quite literally the case. From my mother's side, my family is Syrian Christian, so I've been very blessed, privileged in my life to have Arabic as a second native language, and to understand and to be immersed in the Syrian Arab culture. At the same time, I've had my eyes open to what NATO exactly is, because NATO member states have been waging a proxy war against Syria in the same way they've been waging a proxy war against Ukraine. And since 2014, since the Maidan coup, you've had people burnt alive in Odessa. You've had NATO training Ukrainian troops for interoperability with other Ukrainian troops. The Minsk agreements fell through. And unbeknownst to many, because the media don't do their jobs, you've had thousands of ethnic Russians and Russian speakers killed in the eastern parts of Ukraine in the Donbass region. Now, I know it's very easy in the West, it's very comfortable in the middle of London to just get on the podium and start criticizing Russia and pointing fingers at other people because we're not there. It's very comfortable. It's too easy to do that. It's too simple. And this event, this is about opposition to war and opposition to NATO. So what is NATO? Well, NATO was originally created, supposedly, to protect us from the evil Soviet Empire. What Soviet Empire? We're in 2023. I was born in '92. My entire life, there has been no Soviet Union. Why did NATO double its membership from 15 to 30 members? And now we've got Finland and Sweden on the way to protect us from some imaginary Soviet Union? What's going on? And so, during the 2+4 negotiations, our Western diplomats told the Russians that if they support German reunification between East and West, they won't expand NATO. Well, that was a lie. You can go online right now, you don't have to take my word for it, and just look up the minute meetings, right? The meetings minutes. So these are the recordings from the meetings. Our diplomats talking amongst themselves how we won't expand NATO, and it's out of the question to put Poland into NATO because Poland's a Soviet satellite state. And here we are, Poland is in NATO. So we have crept up on Russia's doorstep. What do you think the Russians are thinking when they look at that? This is not rocket science. This is a very, very simple, basic rule of geopolitics and international relations. When you have an adversarial military alliance on your doorstep, you're going to freak out. If Ireland and the French jumped into a military alliance with Russia, we would freak out. Yes? If Canada and Mexico jumped into bed with Russia in a military alliance, the Americans would freak out. And there's no need to hypothesize. You can go and just look at the Cuban Missile Crisis. They drummed that into your heads at school, right? It's considered one of the most important points in the entire Cold War. And a lot happened during the Cold War. That's how threatened the Americans felt, that we still talk about that to this day because the Soviets put missiles in Cuba. So we're just supposed to assume that they don't feel threatened when we are at their doorstep? What kind of thinking is that? And then you have people say, no, but come on. NATO is a defensive alliance. It's a defensive alliance. So when NATO bombed Serbia, they bombed Yugoslavia, that was defensive? Yeah? When they bombed the Chinese embassy, that was defensive? When they bombed the TV station, that was defensive? When they sent NATO-backed rebels to lynch Gaddafi on camera like some rabid animal, that was defensive? They bombed the largest the great man-made river, the largest irrigation project on this planet. That was defensive. That's civilian infrastructure. They turned Libya into a failed state. I love how we just go and destroy countries and call them failed states like we had absolutely nothing to do with it. It's a failed state. They're just stupid, you know. That was defensive, apparently. We turned the most prosperous nation in Africa into a failed state. It's got slave markets now. It was all defensive. And then, of course, we have our special forces, the SAS, running around with the Australian SAS, executing young Afghan boys and men in their sleep, in their homes, planting weapons on them. That's also defensive, apparently. We occupied Afghanistan for 20 years. That was defensive. Obama was drone striking funerals, drone striking weddings in Yemen and Pakistan. Also defensive. And then Trump goes and bombs Syria over some fake chemical attack that never happened with other NATO member states, with the French, with our planes, and that was also defensive. Well, you know, I'm calling up my cousins one by one to see if they're okay. And then Turkey, another NATO member state, is letting fighters come into Syria, is letting weapons come into Syria, and buying oil off of ISIS. And at the same time, the Americans have a rat line. That's Operation Timber Sycamore. $1 billion. It's one of the most expensive operations, just running weapons from Libya into Syria into the hands of jihadists. We killed 1 million people in Iraq with the Americans, 1 million people. We made millions more refugees. Apparently, that was also self-defense. We have an entire Arab leadership executed on camera. Saddam Hussein, Colonel Gaddafi, executed on camera. That was defensive. We have a pretty funny definition of defensive at NATO, don't we? Where was the outrage? Where was the outrage? Every single day there's outrage, there's empathy, there's an outpouring of support for Ukraine. And surely there should be. But where was the outrage for all of this, all these massacres that NATO perpetrated? Where was it? There's nothing. We killed millions. No outrage. The other day, after the earthquake in Syria, Israel, while people are still under the rubble, Israel bombed Syria. Where was the outrage? The Israelis raided the West Bank in Nablus. They killed 11 Palestinians, a 16-year-old boy, 3 elderly men above the age of 60. That was also something self-defense, was it again? No outrage whatsoever. We just reward them with more weapons, we give them more political coverage, we give them all that they need. And then when it comes to Russia, we start to point the finger. We have no legitimacy. Don't talk to me about Russia violating international law or Russia annexing this and that. We invented this stuff. We invented this crap. You know, there's a UN peacekeeping and observer mission in the Golan Heights, where my parents worked. Why do you think there's a UN mission there? Because the Israelis illegally annexed it.
They illegally annexed East Jerusalem. They're occupying the West Bank. And all of a sudden, our politicians have learned these words. They have them in their vocabulary. They know what territorial integrity is. They know what sovereignty is. They finally know what occupation is. How interesting. Well done. I'm proud of them. How about you use that language when you talk about Israel then? How about you use that language when you talk about what we are doing to the rest of the world? Where is the language that you selectively use when it suits you? Ridiculous. You know, Tony Blair, he lied about chemical weapons and biological weapons in Iraq, and we felt so threatened that we just had to go into Iraq. We just had to kill 1 million people. We and the Americans, we felt so threatened we just had to go into Afghanistan and occupy it for 20 years. We come up with any excuse we like, right? We have the right to feel threatened and react, but the Russians don't. And the irony is, at least the Russians can make a case, because we're actually at their doorstep. We're the ones who armed Saddam Hussein originally, and we're the ones who created Al-Qaeda. What case do we have? We have no case whatsoever. We lied, and we exaggerate, and we go wherever we want, and then we have the nerve to talk about the Russians, and to talk about whoever we don't like on this, you know, who happens to be the enemy of the day. Now listen, some of you don't like Russia. Some of you don't care what Russia's reasons are. Some of you hate Putin. All you want is for Russia to get out of Ukraine, and you want the killing to stop, and you want peace. Fine, I agree with you. I also want peace. But we're not going to get peace through World War III. We're not going to get peace by bombing each other until there's no planet left. We're not going to get peace by rearming Germany. You know, the Soviets, they lost more than anyone, perhaps more than anyone in World War II. They fought alongside us against the Nazis. They lost 27 million people. 27 million people. They paid very dearly. They were the first to reach Berlin. They inflicted 80% of all German casualties. 80%, 8 with a 0. 8 with a 0 on the Russian front. That doesn't mean we didn't do anything, but they did the heavy lifting. The numbers speak for themselves. And we think it's a good idea to let Germany send tanks to kill Russians again in Ukraine again. Have we gone mad? This is lunacy. This is lunacy. This is the same country that killed 6 million Jews and Roma and Slavs. This is the same country that bombed this city every single night for months on end. My grandmother was hit by a V1 right here in London. We're letting them rearm? That country, they can rearm? They're spending more than Russia on their weapons now, than Russia does in a year. This is madness. This is absolute madness. What have we achieved? We have Germany rearmed. We have Russia walking out of START New, which was the only thing holding together any sort of limits on nuclear warheads. The Norwegians and the Americans thought it was a good idea to blow up our only cheap source of gas in Europe. They destroyed our critical civilian infrastructure. They let out all this methane into the sea. And they're supposedly allies. Wow. They blow up our pipelines and they're allies. That's funny. Who needs enemies with friends like that? Over 100,000 Ukrainians have been killed. Millions have been made refugees. Germany's rearmed. We've got the Americans, our friends, blowing up our pipelines with Norway. Does this spell out success to you? Is that your version of success? What kind of strategy is this? Now, Russia certainly shares a part of the blame, but who egged on the Russians? Who kept provoking the Russians? Who kept poking the bear? You can't just take geopolitics and international relations out of the equation and act like encircling Russia just doesn't matter. It does bloody matter. That's the whole problem. It doesn't mean that the Ukrainians deserve everything that's happening because they wanted to be in the EU and they wanted to be in NATO. It's not about that. It's about the Americans using Ukraine against the Russians. That's the problem. And then they put sanctions on top of it. And these sanctions are apparently so good that oil and gas prices are up, food prices are up, rent and mortgages are all up. Christ, are you sanctioning the Russians or us? The Russian ruble was the best performing currency last year, yeah? French glass industry is on the verge of collapse. German steel industry is on the verge of collapse. And at this rate, I guess the Americans are seeing this as a good thing, because if Europe is deindustrialized, where do you think these companies are going to go? They're going to the United States. Then they put the G7 price cap on them as well. And this is also so brilliant that not a single barrel of oil has actually been hit by this cap. We think we're so smart that if we stop buying Russian oil, they won't have any revenue. Well, guess what? It turns out China and India exist, and they're buying Russian oil like there's no tomorrow. So well done about that. Ridiculous. The truth is that sanctions don't work. They tell you they target leaders. They don't target leaders. That's a lie. That is a goddamn lie. Go ask the people in Venezuela if they feel that their government is targeted or they feel targeted. Go ask people in Iran. Go ask people in Syria. I can tell you my family certainly feel targeted by those sanctions. They have nothing to do with Assad. There's no fuel. There's no food. How's that happen? We're supposed to believe that this is about targeting the leadership? That's a lie and they know it. But in our arrogance, we become so accustomed to just squashing other countries, we thought that sanctioning the Russians would be a walk in the park. It's going to be just like those other countries. No, it's not. We're getting a taste of our own medicine now, and it doesn't taste very good, does it? The thing is that the West is in decline, and the East is on the rise. The Russians have options. The Russians have other customers for their cheap gas and their oil. The Russians are building a multipolar world with the Indians, with the Chinese, and everybody else, basically the entire global South, which is, I know we like to think the West is the rest of the world. It's not. It's far bigger than that. And you have people, meanwhile, in the West, homeless cities in America, tent cities, people sleeping on the streets, people sleeping rough here. People are becoming poorer. They can't pay their bills. And they talk about the environment, and they hold all these big conferences and talk about climate change. Is waging war good for the climate? How is the Pentagon, being the world's largest polluter, good for the climate? How is using depleted uranium shells good for the climate? Why don't you go look at what's that done to children in Fallujah, who to this day, the babies have birth defects that are so horrendous because of what the Americans did there with depleted uranium. 2 weeks ago, there was a train derailment in Ohio in East Palestine. The toxic chemicals are spilling into the soil, into the river. And people are absolutely, certainly going to get hurt from this, unfortunately. But Biden cares so much about them and about the environment, he decided to go to Ukraine. You know, there won't be a climate if there's nuclear war. I don't know if this is simple enough to grasp, but if we blow each other to bits, there will not be a climate or an environment to care about. And I wonder why we spend all this money on Ukraine and we don't care about our own. We don't care about our own countries. We don't fix our own countries. Every time junior doctors and nurses ask for raises, we tell them no, but when it comes to war, we say yes. And when it comes to the rail workers and the transportation workers, we tell them no, but when it comes to war, we say yes. When it comes to the teachers, we say no. When it comes to war, we say yes. The money's there, they just don't want to use it. It's just not suitable for them. It's just not convenient. Not good enough. Ridiculous, because now we're banning books also, and we're banning television channels that we don't like. Is that freedom of speech? Is that democracy? Are these the European values, the Western values we keep hearing about? Let's ban the BBC then. Let's ban the Guardian. What do you say? Yeah? Come on, why not? I recall many outlets, and none of them independent, most of them mainstream, who were cheering on the war in Syria, the war in Libya, who cheered on all of these NATO wars. They have far more blood on their hands than any of these outlets that they've banned, if it's really about that. We're banning Russian athletes as well, right? We played cat and mouse with them. Oh, you have to criticize Putin publicly, and then when some of them did it, we still banned them anyway just because they have the wrong citizenship. I wonder how England makes it into the World Cup. Well, I wonder that every 4 years, but the thing is, no, I love our three lions, but at that rate, how is David Beckham allowed to captain the England team after what we did in Iraq? How is Lewis Hamilton allowed to drive an F1 Formula car after what we did in Iraq? It's ridiculous. And any form of critical thinking is banned now. There's no dissent allowed. I think David Miller was talking about this just earlier. He's an example of that. How any sort of dissent to establishment orthodoxy is completely punished. We are dumbing ourselves down. People like Chomsky, like Mearsheimer, like Sachs, they're called Putin apologists. You know, just cast aside anyone you don't like. They're trying to make people more dumb. They don't want you to hear the other side of the story so you can make an informed decision on your own as an adult, as a human being. You have to listen to what the government is saying, and that's it. End of story. We tell the Russians to get out in the streets and protest their government, but when we do it, apparently we're apologists for Putin. We tell Putin not to jail journalists, and Julian Assange is in a maximum security prison just a few miles away from here. Julian Assange is in a prison. He's in a prison where we put terrorists. What right do we have to lecture anyone? Another Australian hero, David McBride, is facing prison time. For what? Because he exposed NATO war crimes in Afghanistan. That's how we treat whistleblowers and journalists in the West. We jail them, and then we point fingers at other countries. You see, our foreign policy towards Ukraine has been an absolute failure. All we have done is not only cause this war, we've prolonged it. We have the blood of all these precious Russian and Ukrainian souls on our hands. That's what our governments have done. Their strategy is a failing strategy. They've sent all the weapons that they want to send. They've done everything that they have done. They've banned and cancelled everyone they wanted to cancel. And then what? Their strategy doesn't work. And this is why we need a rigid, invigorated anti-war movement. That is why this is so important. Because there is an alternative. And let me just say as a side note, I know it's very privileged to start to split hairs about who you want to be within the anti-war movement. You know, people who are on the receiving end of our foreign policy, of Western foreign policy, they don't have this luxury. They don't have the time and the effort, literally, to start splitting hairs about who is going to be on their side and stop the bombs falling and the sanctions starving them. They don't have this luxury. And just keep in mind, a classic FBI tactic during the Cold War to crush anti-war movements, among others, was to cause infighting, tell a lie about him, spread a rumor about her, get them quarreling with each other, and then no one's going to focus on the message. Don't do their job for them. Jesus Christ, don't make their job easier for them. What the hell? Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. You're playing into their hands. This is exactly what they want. You know, if we continue down this road, we are on a very, very dangerous path. We are going to end up with World War III and nuclear war. And I know that sounds very explosive, quite literally, and fear-mongering. It's really not. You don't have to take my word, because both President Biden and President Putin have said the exact same thing, that we are closer to nuclear confrontation than ever before. Ever before. Can you imagine what that means, that even during the Cold War it didn't get this bad? That really says a lot. Let that sink in. Just think about that. This is worse than during the Cold War. And all it takes is one mistake, you know. It just takes one push of the button and it's game over. There's no coming back from that. We will all be gone. And there have been occasions during the Cold War, if you know your Cold War history, where because of human error, we were on the verge of nuking each other because someone misread a radar screen. And thank God it didn't come to that. The stakes are much higher now. The stakes are much higher. We don't have any room for error right now. We cannot afford it. Tanks and jets are not doing it for Ukraine. Sending more weapons is not going to stop the war. We need diplomacy and we need an anti-war movement. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here to rally you. I'm here to rally the troops. I want all of you to get out there and organize and create these marches. You know, when I think back to the Iraq War, there's 1 million people that came out in the streets here in London. That's what I want to see. That is what I expect of people. That is what we need. That is what it takes. These suits driving around in their Bentleys, they don't represent us. They don't represent you, they don't represent me, they don't represent Russians or Ukrainians. They have nuclear bunkers, we don't. Do you understand? It's up to us now to declare war on the war machine. War on the warmongers. War on the war puppeteers. War on the war hawks. This is our declaration of war. No to war and no to NATO. My name is Richard Medhurst. Thank you very much.
Magnificent, Richard. Magnificent.
Thank you.
The next speaker needs no introduction, really, but I'm going to give him one anyway. The next speaker was the victim of one of the most monstrous political injustices in modern times. He was grotesquely framed, fitted up on utterly false pretexts. He was a model Labour MP. He didn't offend anybody, unlike me. He was a model parliamentarian, a loyal member of the Labour Party, a loyal supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. In fact, he travelled the length and breadth of this country rallying people behind the idea of a Jeremy Corbyn Labour government. Because he supported Palestinian rights, he was falsely framed as somehow being anti-Semitic. It was grotesque, it was ugly, it was utterly unfounded, it was the opposite of the truth. But the unkindest cut of all was that he wasn't just framed by his enemies, he was abandoned by his friends. They left him one by one, row by row. They left him until he was standing almost alone. But such is the mettle of the man that he's still standing, still fighting, and the co-founder of No to NATO, No to War. Please welcome Chris Williamson.
Great to see you. Well, thank you very much indeed, George, for that introduction. I know some people have been here for the whole day, so I'll try and not repeat what I've already said on two previous occasions, but I'm just reminded actually when George mentioned there that I was essentially abandoned by people who I really respected, people who I thought were comrades. And I'm just reminded of the words of Martin Luther King, who said that in the end we will remember not the words of our enemies but the silence of our friends. And I've got to say that silence was deafening, it has to be said. And not just for me, actually, but for hundreds, if not thousands, of good, solid comrades, anti-racist, anti-war campaigners who were abandoned. They were, let's be honest, Jeremy Corbyn's Praetorian Guard. Some of them are in the audience today. Some of them are on the platform. They paid very, very heavily indeed. Their careers were destroyed by the smear merchants because of their support for a progressive socialist program, because of their support for an anti-imperialist and anti-war international policy, because of their support for the Palestinian people and their opposition to the Israeli apartheid regime. But we've heard some, well, they've all been brilliant speeches actually today, incredible rallying cries, and I must pay homage again to Nick Brana, who leads the war against the Rage Against the War Machine, I beg your pardon, in the States, and is the leader of the People's Party in the US in an attempt to build a political alternative, because I think Nick made this point that essentially in the United States are living in a one-party state, just as we are living in a one-party state in this country, because there is no meaningful difference between the Democrats and the Republicans and the Labour Party and the Conservative Party. And it grieves me to say that. I gave 43 years of my life to the Labour Party. I lived and breathed the Labour Party. But I was abandoned and isolated and smeared and ultimately suspended and then left the Labour Party. So, as I say, we've heard from some wonderful speakers today. I'm absolutely, well, humbled really by the fact that Nick, who I was on a Twitter space call with yesterday afternoon, believe it or not, and then he got on a plane from Washington and flew over here and is here at 7 o'clock in the morning in the UK so that he could join us to show his solidarity with what we're doing. And I said in previous speeches that George Galloway, which he is, of course, the personification of solidarity. He said he would never leave me when I was being attacked and smeared and abandoned by people who I thought were my comrades in Parliament, not by grassroots members, it's got to be said. But Nick is also the personification of solidarity, and he's flown God knows how many thousand miles to demonstrate that he's the personification of solidarity. So let's give it up for Nick Brana. And of course we also heard a wonderful speech this morning from Dan Kovalik, a really inspiring speech to get us underway today. But I also, and apologies for those of you that have already heard this, but I think it's important that you hear this again for those that have just come in for this third session, because Dennis Kucinich, who was a congressman in the United States and also a presidential hopeful at one point, wanted to be with us today but was unfortunately unable to join us. But he sent me this statement and he asked me if I would read it out to you, so I feel it's absolutely appropriate to do so. He said this: "As you gather today in London, know there are many Americans who are cheering on your efforts to awaken the UK to the disaster which awaits everyone should NATO members continue to choose escalation over diplomacy in dealing with Russia. The war in Ukraine should have never happened. Western leaders have used the brave men and women of Ukraine as pawns in an international power play to isolate Russia and destroy its energy resources. The destruction of the Nord Stream pipelines under the orders of President Biden, as reported by Seymour Hersh, is a grim reminder of how the domestic security of the German people in winter was cynically sacrificed to the callous designs of global domination by ideologues. Let us stand together for the security of our nations and the world, for an end to the war in Ukraine, for an end to the danger of nuclear war, and for a new beginning assuring human and ecological security under the banner of strength through peace." I think they're very appropriate words. And hang on, my microphone's coming off. And I know that Dennis is a regular visitor to the United Kingdom, and he's committed to joining us in future No to NATO, No to War events. And I just also want to do a quick shout out, if I may, for the International Ukraine Anti-Fascist Solidarity Campaign, because in Ukraine, socialists are being imprisoned, socialists are being tortured, and yet we are told that somehow Ukraine is a bastion of democracy. It's an absolute nonsense to actually make such a suggestion. But there is a vigil, a protest that will take place on Saturday the 25th of March, 2 p.m. to 3:30 in Whitehall opposite Downing Street. The theme of that will be to free political prisoners in Ukraine and end the Nazi reign of terror there, which for anybody who takes the trouble to check will know that that isn't hyperbole, that is a reality when you see how people are tied to lampposts and their trousers removed and then abused in the street, tortured in the street. Absolutely despicable behaviour, and I think it's right and proper that if you have the time that you join that demonstration on the 25th of March. We know that China has put forward a peace proposal, and what sickened me was that the first break after the first session, I was looking at the media and I saw that it had been dismissed out of hand by the Zelensky regime, suggesting that China was somehow betting on the aggressor. The aggressor, when you consider the fact that the real aggressor actually is the United States of America, it's NATO, it's indeed the Ukrainian Zelensky regime. Let's remember the puppet regime that was installed after a coup in 2014 immediately declared war on East Ukraine, on the Russian-speaking East Ukraine in the Donbass region. Ignored the Minsk Accords, 2 attempts to bring about a ceasefire, and then we hear from Angela Merkel and Francois Hollande that was all just a ruse to give Ukraine time to train its military and to re-equip and to build up its military capability for a war, an impending war with Russia. So this was very clearly planned all along, and so I think it's important that we do call out this utter humbug that we hear about Ukraine being somehow this bastion of democracy and freedom. It is utter nonsense, as I'm sure we all know. But David Miller referred to the Institute of Statecraft and the Integrity Initiative, and when I was an MP I was doing some digging and with David's support and using my position as a Member of Parliament to ask questions in the House about the Institute of Statecraft, which was registered in Scotland, and I took the trouble to take a trip up to Scotland, to just outside Dundee, where the Institute of Statecraft was registered. It was part of the Democracy Roadshow where I was speaking in Dundee, which is George Galloway's former stomping ground. And the Institute of Statecraft was located in this place called, a little village called Oxenwich, is that how you pronounce it, George? Yeah. And it was, its registered address was down this dirt track, and it was the dead of night, it was December when we went there, and I was with my partner, and she was a bit nervous about driving down there, it was very dark. She said, "You're going to drive down there, are you?" I said, "Yeah, we just want to see what it's like, you know." And then we got there, and it was all deserted and dark, and this kind of disused mill, and then I went to get out, and she said, "Don't get out, don't get out." I think she thought we were going to get hooded and thrown in the back of the van, and I don't know, maybe a sort of, maybe especially a rendition to some far-off place. But, I mean, clearly it was, there was nonsense. It was this disused mill that clearly, you know, it was a spurious address, and as David has said, we made complaints, various of us who have been making some inquiries into the Institute of Statecraft, to the Scottish equivalent of the Charity Commission, because clearly, believe it or not, this was a charity. We're not actually acting as a charity at all, and as David has made the point, they were using the position to actually smear the leader of the opposition. I mean, they were kind of supposed to be countering Russian, you know, the Russian disinformation. But they were using it to smear the Labour Party, to smear Jeremy Corbyn, to actually do their level best to prevent an anti-imperialist socialist government coming to power. And I used my position, as I say, in the House of Commons to raise this and on the floor of the House, and indeed through written questions. And Alan Duncan, if people remember him, a former Tory minister in the Foreign Office, who's written his own memoir about his time in Parliament, refers to the campaign that I was waging in the House of Commons, and refers to me as the most hated man in Parliament. And he talked about, I've got to face that horrible Chris Williamson on the floor of the House of Commons, who's raising this issue about the Institute for Statecraft and Integrity Initiative, and he's blowing it up out of all proportion. I don't think so, actually. The Foreign Office had given them around £2 million. The Ministry of Defence had given them around £500,000. And when he said I was the most hated man in Parliament, he made the point, when he confronted me once on the floor of the House of Commons. And not only was I hated by the Conservatives, but I was more hated by members of my own party on the Labour benches as well. And I remember thinking when I read that passage in Alan Duncan's diary that I was the most hated man in Parliament, I thought to myself, I can't think of a better group of people to be hated by. I'd be more worried if they liked me, actually. And of course, like David, I've been labelled as Iran state-affiliated media, like George has been labelled as Russia state-affiliated media. Again, this is utter nonsense, and it's all about trying to delegitimise what we've got to say and to limit our reach, to suppress our reach. And in the earlier days when I was an MP and I would post things on social media, I mean, I would, I'd often get hundreds of thousands of hits, sometimes millions. We're lucky to get a few thousand now. And so it's really important, I think, that people do seek to promote the message that we put out through George's platform, and George's got a massive platform anyway, but to continue to kind of elevate that and push that out. And I've been labelled, as David has pointed out, Iran state-affiliated media, because like David and myself, I mean, I present the Palestine Declassified Programme to promote Palestinian liberation, Palestinian freedom, and to highlight the abuse of the Israeli apartheid regime. And for that, we've been labelled as Iran state-affiliated media, because the platform that hosts us is Press TV, and they don't like Iran. And they say because it's a television company that's run by the Iranian state that we should have nothing to do with it. Well, what about the BBC? And as we've already heard, Britain killed 1 million people in Iraq. Britain was responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of people in Afghanistan. And if you look at the body count over the years, Britain has done far more damage and killed far more people than Iran has ever done. Why are people appearing on the BBC if they're concerned about the abuse and the death and the exploitation of people that they claim to be concerned about when they talk about Iran? And much of what they say about Iran is complete and utter nonsense. But the hatred, it seems, of myself as the most hated man in Parliament has continued as the most hated man, it seems to me, outside of Parliament as well, because, as you may or may not have seen, I've had my parliamentary pass now removed. And the grounds for that is that I'm some sort of security risk, that I am in danger of bringing Parliament into disrepute, because I present a programme about Palestinian liberation, because I criticise Zelensky as being an individual who's backed by literal Nazis, and they're saying, how dare I say something like that? And that is in danger, apparently, of bringing Parliament into disrepute. But I tell you what, the people that are bringing Parliament into disrepute are the people that are sitting on the green benches right now. They're the people that are bringing Parliament into disrepute. There's no doubt about that. And so, it really won't make any difference, frankly, to me anyway, because I've never set foot in the godforsaken place since I left Parliament in 2019. But it shows the hypocrisy of these characters, because they claim it's my association with Iran that is somehow in danger of bringing Parliament into disrepute. And yet Lord Lamont and Jack Straw are the President and Chair, respectively, of the British Iranian Chamber of Commerce, and they promote trade, quite rightly, between the two nations, which is worth something like £670 million last year. And in response to the letter from Sir Charles Walker saying that I was in danger of bringing Parliament into disrepute, and that was the view of the committee, and I've asked them to reconsider their position in relation to that. And I've asked him that I hope that this won't mean that this is the beginning of a purge, and that Lord Lamont and Jack Straw will somehow be targeted now because of their association with Iran. I'm sure that won't happen. But it just shows the hypocrisy of these characters who sit on the green benches. And, you know, as Richard has pointed out, we're in really very dangerous territory right now, aren't we? We are on the cusp, as other speakers have pointed out, of a third world war, of potential nuclear holocaust. And the doomsday clock has been set to 90 seconds to midnight. It's the closest it's ever been set to midnight, even closer than it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we are in a very parlous situation right now, and the political leaders are letting us down. They are not representing our interests, as Richard has pointed out. They're representing the interests of the elites, but ultimately they'll end up consuming themselves, because if we end up in a nuclear holocaust, they might have their nuclear bunkers, but they won't have a standard of living or a life that will be worth living if all they have to do is live underground in their bunkers for the rest of their lives. But then we have the spectacle of Ben Wallace, the guy who ran for cover when he was supposed to be debating with George at the Oxford Union and sent Tiny Tim in his place. Has said that we should be getting ready for war. Britain will be at war, I think he said, within 5 or 7 years. And he's talking about a big increase in the military expenditure. And he's being backed in these calls by the Labour Party. The party that actually was a key architect of NATO. And if you look, and I won't go through all of the manifesto commitments because I know some of you have already heard that in my 2 previous contributions, but every manifesto bar one since NATO was established, the Labour Party manifesto that is, has stressed its absolute commitment to NATO as a body going forward. And Sir Keir Starmer is saying that it's an absolute article of faith, NATO. He's even comparing it to the National Health Service. It's as important as the establishment of the National Health Service. And look, you know, Labour, as I say, was an architect of the North Atlantic Treaty. The Labour governments of Clare Daly were key movers and shakers in the establishment of NATO in the first place. So let there be no illusion that there is any hope for us in pushing for peace and pushing for an alternative to war through the Labour Party, because it's not just the right-wingers like Sir Keir Starmer and David Lammy and John Healey who are the warmongers. It's also the so-called Socialist Campaign Group of Labour MPs as well. John McDonnell, stalwart of the Socialist Campaign Group, says that we must arm Ukraine as a pathway to peace. It's like an extract from George Orwell's 1984, isn't it? And, you know, you've got members of the Socialist Campaign Group signing a statement calling for all of Britain's surplus armaments to be shipped over to Ukraine, tanks, fighter jets, armoured vehicles, they want them all, lock, stock and barrel, to be sent over there to Ukraine as somehow a way of securing peace in Ukraine. People like Ian Lavery, people like Clive Lewis, Rachel Maskell, Lloyd Russell Moyle and Nadia Whittam, prominent members of the so-called, I keep calling it so-called Socialist Campaign Group because they're about as far from socialism, it seems to me, as it's possible to be. But look, every war, as I've said in the 2 previous speeches that I've made today, is started by lies, including the Second World War. And I want to therefore conclude with the words of Julian Assange, who, again, Richard cited and said is languishing in the high security prison of Belmarsh. And people remember when Julian made that iconic speech and said, when we understand that wars come about as a result of lies peddled to the British public and the American public and the public all over Europe and other countries, that the reality that's constructed around us is constructed by liars, it should lead us to an optimistic understanding that if wars can be started by lies. Peace can be started by truth. And that must be our task when we leave this rally today. As I concluded my words in the other sessions, let me conclude again with the words of John Lennon when he said, "All we are saying is give peace a chance."
Whoa. Thank you very much. The one and only Chris Williamson. They say that SATA died when Henry Kissinger was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, but it died again yesterday when Israel voted for a resolution in the United Nations condemning military occupation of land. As I said at the Oxford Union, when did you fall out of love with the acquisition of other people's territory by force? Our last speaker, if he did nothing else, and he has done and will do, God willing, much else, will be the man who encapsulated in music, better than anyone else, the cause of free Palestine, is our own hero, our folk hero, Lowkey. Please welcome to the rostrum.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stuart. Far, far too kind. So now we are coming up to the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, which 36 million people across 3,000 demonstrations globally protested against. The occupation displaced 1 in 25 Iraqis and killed, as has been said, over 1 million people. Since then, the US has spent $32 million an hour on war. In fact, the war on terror, which spanned 20 years, entailed on average 46 bombs being dropped per day by the US forces and their allies. It led to 37 million people being displaced. And in fact, the very year that the war on terror began in 2001, you saw 33 million classified actions carried out by the US government. And that year alone, the US government spent $5.5 billion to keep classified documents secure. In fact, as Peter Galloway puts it in his book, Agnotology, The Making and Unmaking of Ignorance, the classified universe is certainly not smaller and is very probably much larger than the unclassified one. And there was, for me, an incident which actually encapsulated the meaning of the war on terror, on that great transfer of wealth. Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, the notorious military contractor, as people were fleeing from Afghanistan with the British and the US occupation, Eric Prince was charging $6,500 per seat for Afghans who hoped to fly out of Kabul with him. That is what this is all about. There are winners of these wars, from Lockheed Martin to BAE Systems to Raytheon. These are companies which have seen in the last year the price of shares in their companies increase up to 40%. And in fact, the war on terror led to an 1,200% increase in the price of shares in Lockheed Martin. Those are the winners here. But there's another British company who some of us may not have heard of. It goes by the name of Kinetic. And actually, it relates to a particular figure within our political class. The very month that Minister of Defence, Ben Wallace, was voted into Parliament, he resigned from his job as a director of Kinetic. Now, Kinetic, as an arms technology company, gained in 6 months of the Ukraine war alone £800 million in sales. In addition to that, one of the directors of the Defense Reform Advisory Board to Ukraine, which was established in 2016, is Gordon Messenger, who simultaneously is a director of Kinetic. And now, guess what? A few days ago, Kinetic leaked out on their website that they were participating in a Ministry of Defense testing of suicide drones specifically for Ukraine. They were one of 5 participant companies, and they were the only one to leak out that news. They promptly, once it was reported, deleted the post from their website. So what we actually know is that our Defense Secretary is the former director of a company which is benefiting massively from the war in Ukraine, that benefited massively from the war in Afghanistan, even while he was a director of it. These are the type of deals which exist in our political class. Now, to zoom out from that micro to the macro a little bit more, I think we have to be clear that the type of weapons that are being sent to Ukraine by 28 different countries around the world, all of them with the exception of Australia, Canada and the US, European, would take a long time to train the Ukrainians how to use. There was much weaponry which was bestowed upon the Afghan army, which they were never trained how to use. We even see talk now of armor-piercing depleted uranium ammunition being sent. So, in essence, what is being established in Ukraine is a laboratory for these arms companies, in which tests can take place and then better be applied to the quote-unquote global market. So what have we seen? We've seen, according to estimates in December, 100,000 troops on each side die. We've seen over 50% of the energy infrastructure directly impacted in Ukraine. We have seen at least $3 billion being required per month to keep the Ukrainian economy afloat. And guess who has come to the rescue? None other than the IMF and the World Bank, of course. Nearly 14 million Ukrainians have been displaced. And we also know that 40% of the population will require humanitarian assistance. And actually, what you've seen through the sanctions policy is Russia's economy contract far less than the economy of the Ukraine or of the UK. You see the Ukrainian economy contract by 35% in 2022 alone. What we also know is that as a counterweight to the United States, you've seen China, Russia, India trade in currencies other than the dollar. This will have significant consequences for the United States. And even Iraq, the very country that the United States invaded 20 years ago, yesterday announced that it had agreed to trade with China in currencies other than the dollar. And one of the other big lessons from this war is that, yes, the United States has consolidated its military supremacy in Europe. And let's be clear, this is not a sovereign country. You have 12,000 US troops in this country. This time last year, at the beginning of the war, you saw the US spend £3 billion in this country alone to expand its military and intelligence operations. But you know who else has agreed to trade with China in currencies other than the dollar? None other than Saudi Arabia. Let's be clear, the United States has lost the Gulf. They've lost the rest of the world. They've consolidated their power in Europe, but they have lost the rest of the world. And an interesting case study to look at to understand this is Sky News. So Sky News, during the occupation of Afghanistan, had a foreign news editor by the name of Lorna Ward. Lorna Ward was simultaneously the foreign news editor of Sky News and simultaneously an advisor to General Adrian Bradshaw, the deputy commander of NATO in Afghanistan. But how many of us know about the case of Sky News Arabiya? So this is the Sky News branch which is based in the UAE. Many of us would think this would be parroting NATO propaganda. You know what? It isn't. It has a show called Min Moscow, which is presented giving a point of view which has a clear, critical analysis of the war in Ukraine. And in fact, Saudi Arabia's economy has benefited more than any other through these sanctions on Russia. Another point to remember is that even while those in Turkey are struggling to get to their feet from the earthquake, their key provider of wheat was Russia. So actually the sanctions upon Russia and the preventing of Turkey from being able to import wheat from Russia is hurting Turkey's ability to stand back on its feet from the earthquake. But what can we say of infallible Saint Zelensky, the green screen champion, an ambassador for Lockheed Martin and the military-industrial complex? He's a small man. His government has imposed some of the world's most aggressive anti-worker policies, and in fact, the legislation that he has passed deprive around 73% of workers of their right to union protection and collective bargaining. You even have US government-funded bodies like Solidarity Center of the AFL and CIO Labour Federation condemning what Ukraine has done. So Ukraine currently is subject to a sharp shock therapy. It is the very same type of neoliberal shock therapy that was applied to the Russian Federation in the early 90s, which even UNICEF actually estimated was responsible for 3.2 million excess deaths. That's right, even UNICEF directly put its finger on the neoliberal policies which harm people. But I tell you, in this country, it is of no coincidence that Boris Johnson played a key role in scuppering the peace deal. But today he is applying for the Secretary General of NATO. Do we believe that is a coincidence? That he provided that key service at that very critical juncture of the war to stop negotiations and to stop the possibility of peace. And today he wants to be the Secretary General of NATO. And what can we say of Keir Starmer and his war against anti-war figures in this country? Well, we can't forget that Keir Starmer is funded by none other than Clive Hollick. Who is Clive Hollick? He is a director of the Honeywell International Company. Now, Honeywell claims to have hardware in every single military aircraft in the world today. Keir Starmer is part of the Start the War coalition. So what you have seen is while Ukraine's economy has shrunk by 35% or more, Saudi Arabia's economy has increased by, its GDP has grown by 8.7%. You know who else has gained out of this war? ExxonMobil. They made $57 billion. Shell made $40 billion. Chevron and Total each earned $36 billion in 1 year. And BP, even while it pulled out of Russia, still made $28 billion. And it's rare that I would quote somebody I dislike as much as Emmanuel Macron, but I think there's wisdom in what he says. He said, in today's geopolitical context, among countries that support Ukraine, there are two categories being created in the gas market. There are those who are paying dearly and those who are selling at very high prices. The United States is a producer of cheap gas that they are selling at a high price. I don't think that's friendly. And he's right. Macron is right. The United States is not an ally of European countries. And when we look at the other behemoths of US imperial power, like Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman, they have seen massive growth in the price of their shares. Northrop Grumman actually touching 41% in increased value from this war. And it's not just Turkey that is harmed by the impediment to the importing of Russian or Ukrainian wheat. Actually, 15 African countries import more than half of their supply of wheat traditionally from both Russia and Ukraine. We are seeing suffering around the world off the back of these needless, sadistic policies. Now, in the case of Ukraine, it's important to be clear that the year of the Iraq War, a body was established in Ukraine by the name of the Ukraine NATO Civic League, or the NATO Ukraine Civic League. Now, what did this organization entail? It entails around 50 NGOs, and those NGOs worked specifically on the purpose of promoting the Euro-Atlantic European NATO course for Ukraine, to astroturf within Ukrainian society the idea that membership of NATO was a necessity. Well, let me ask you a question. The 20 years of NATO occupation in Afghanistan not only led to 250,000 people dying, it led to Afghans being statistically rendered the saddest people in the world. Was NATO presence in Afghanistan good for Afghan people? Clearly not. When you look at Libya, you saw in the space of 6 months, NATO bombed Libya 7,700 times. And today you have Libyans struggling to get out of the country and drowning at sea, where NATO governments look on with shallow, callous indifference. And now NATO is pivoting. It is pivoting towards China. And it must be said very clearly that when you are talking about China, you are talking about 1/5 of the world's population. That is 1.4 billion people. NATO has absolutely no business in Taiwan or anywhere near to China. But what they are attempting to do is resist the natural pendulum of history. In the 1600s, when the East India Company was founded, Britain produced just 1.8% of the world's GDP. At that time, India and China actually accounted for 75% of the world industrial output. Now, what you saw is between 1750 and 1900, through imperial adventure, Britain increased its per capita GDP by 347%. In this relatively short period of human history, economic power became concentrated in a small part of the world's population. And actually, that's quite the aberration of history. History has not always been that way. China was the largest largest still existing polity in the world, over 2,000 years old. And as a civilization, it's actually 4,000 to 5,000 years old. And there were 4 to 5 different periods of human history when China was the most advanced country in the world. It had steel production 1.5 millennium before England. It had printed press 0.5 millennium before England. Cheng Ho sailed the sea in more advanced ships long before Da Gama and Columbus. Let's be clear, Britain's industrialization was based on the prevention of other societies' development, and without colonies, this small island of limited resource could not have achieved its economic takeoff in the way that it did. Now, we are on the precipice of the 6th time in human history where China will be the world's most advanced country. This is a fact, whether they like it or not. And in fact, it's interesting to note that Forbes, that great symbol of US capitalism, published an article in 2011 titled "China's Secret Weakness," pointing to opium, which of course the British waged war on China 3 times in order to force the Chinese to legalize the use of opium so that Britain could get the Chinese masses hooked on the stuff. And guess how the Forbes family got their wealth? They got their wealth through the opium wars. So that great irony of this magazine printing an article like that. And of course, it was through this period of the opium wars that the US were able to carve new China areas which were Christianized and heavily Western, like Hong Kong. But in 1978, you saw a situation where the Chinese economy was worth only about 5% of the US economy. 80% of the Chinese population lived in poverty. And since that point in 1978, you saw a situation where China became the workshop of the world. It grew around 10% every year. And we are at the stage today where China is on the precipice of overtaking the United States as the world's #1 economy. And actually, the 20 fastest growing economies, none of them are European, and several of them are former British colonies. How will the US and Britain be able to adapt and respond to a world in which Anglo-Saxon dominance is not the norm? In fact, it's projected by 2030 that China will have 1/3 of the global economy as measured by primary purchasing power. It will be twice the size of the US economy and larger than the US and European economies put together. We have to remember that when we look at Britain, it's very insular in its thinking. It exports more to Ireland than it does to all of the BRICS nations combined. Can Britain adapt to a world where English may not be the lingua franca for business, and only 62% of the population here can only speak English and nothing else? In fact, a 2014 YouGov poll found that 59% of the population believed that the British Empire was something to be proud of, and 34% believe it should be something that still exists. How can Britain adapt to a world that does not see things in the same way? How can humility be something that becomes part of British diplomacy? By pinning themselves to the United States and a projection of some sort of Anglo-Saxon power, the British government are going against the natural movement of history. China is surrounded by 400 US military bases. And I'll tell you something, when the US think about China, they would do very well to remember the 56,000 soldiers they lost in Korea and the 58,000 they lost in Vietnam. You're not toying around with Iraq or Afghanistan. You are toying around with major global powers. You have no right to gamble with our lives in this way. And even countries in the Five Eyes network, like Australia, actually their largest trading partner is China. Brazil, its largest trading partner is China. India, its largest trading partner is China. Australia, largest trading partner is China. Even you look at the Belt and Road Initiative and around 70 countries that are part of that. You look at the 16+1 that sees 16 Central and Eastern European states involved in the development of this shared project with China. In fact, in the current form, BRICS make up around 31.5% of world GDP. And if you add Iran and China to that, as seems inevitable, this would rise to 33% of the world's GDP. Britain is attempting to go against the natural movement of history with these wars which alienate and hurt millions and billions of people across the world. Our job here, as has been the job of anti-war movements in this city, is to make sure that we hold them to account and restrict their logic. We limit the parameters of what they are able to do. We hold them to account and we document their crimes. because it's not in our name that you will march us to our graveyards for the beneficiaries of Lockheed Martin and others. Thank you very much.
Wow. Well, frankly, ladies and gentlemen, nothing more needs to be said. We have had many brilliant speeches here today, but none more brilliant than that. Absolutely masterful address and survey of the situation we are in. So it remains only for me to say one thing about this movement that we have founded here today by acclamation, twice already, and I hope a third time by you. You don't need to love Russia to back this campaign. Me, I love Russia. It might be my age. I love Russia. I love Russians. Apart from anything else, I'd be speaking to you in German today if it were not for the Russian people and the Soviet Red Army that destroyed the beast of fascism once before. It's not necessary to love Putin. Although someone on my show pointed out the other night, why don't you run a poll, a global poll, on who you would rather running your country, Putin and Lavrov, or the numbnuts in control of the United States, Britain, and the rest of the European Union. And frankly, he said you might get a surprise at the result, but that's not necessary for you to agree. All that's necessary for you to agree to this launch of this movement is no to NATO, no to war. And therefore, I want to move this resolution. This gathering in London on the 25th of February 2023 resolves to establish in the UK and Ireland a No to NATO campaigning organisation to carry the fight against imperialist wars to the widest possible audience, to appoint an interim leadership of George Galloway, Chris Williamson and Andy Hudd to direct the organisation's work until a wider leadership can be elected, and to encourage throughout the world all efforts of similar organisations and to coordinate with them in global action, starting with our friends in the United States of America. Can I have your acclamation of that resolution? All those in favour say aye. All those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.